Welcome everyone to our first full council meeting of 2025 and wishing you all a happy new year, however belatedly. Hope you all had a pleasant and restful Christmas break. Thank you. Thank you. This meeting is being live streamed on the council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years, and if you are present in the chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of the councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. I ask that we are respectful to one another in debate during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind fellow councillors to have regard to the 7 principles of public life, also referred to as the Nolan Principles, which are also set out in the council's adopted code of conduct. And these are selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. So we begin with apologies. Apologies received from councillors Courtney and Bell. Are there any other apologies? Yes, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Andrew Gravells also sends his apologies. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Sarah Sawyer as well. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Councillor Brendan O'Donnell.
Councillor Brendan O'Donnell. Okay, thank you. So we move on now to item 2, minutes. To approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on 21st of November. Yes, Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, can I just ask for a correction on 13.5? It says Councillor Hilton emphasised during the period of the riots which had taken place in other areas of the county. I think that should be country.
Is everyone happy to accept that with the amendment there from Councillor Hilton? Everyone okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. We move on now to declarations of interest. To receive from members declarations of the existence of any disclosable pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests. So do we have any declarations of interest this evening? Yes, Councillor Chambers.
Madam Mayor, to advise I'm going to be also filming the meeting, if that's possible. The reason being is I've noted on several meetings that large sections of meetings have been cut. Is that okay? So asking permission to do so. Thank you very much, Madam.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Any other points to be made or declarations of interest? No? Okay. So we move on to item 4, call over. Item 14 will be debated and does not need to be reserved for discussion, as a nomination is required. I've been informed that item 9 has been withdrawn by the leader.
For reasons he will explain.
For reasons that he will explain during the announcements. So we have item 10. I'll read out the agenda items that are available to be reserved for discussion this evening. And if you wish to reserve any items for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. As I've already mentioned, item 14 will be debated. So, item 9 is gone. Item 10.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if you could read out the names of what the items
Yes.
are. Thank you.
Item 10, Local Council Tax Support Scheme.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chambers. Item 11, Constitutional Rules, Contract Rules.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, Programme of Meetings, May 2025 to April 2027. Not seeing any hands there. And item 13, Appointment of Independent Remuneration Panel. Councillor Hilton. Thank you.
I'm quite happy for it to be called over, but there's a problem with on the front sheet, it's Wendy Stevens. In the text of the report, it's Wendy Stevenson. And I'm just not sure what's the correct name, but if that name's corrected, I'm quite happy for it to be called over.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hilton. That's noted. Wendy Stevenson. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so the items reserved for discussion are 10 and 11. They've been reserved for discussion, and I now call upon the Leader of the Council to move a motion to ask Council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion. Councillor Hilton to move. Thank you.
I so move the recommendation that those reports that have been called over are approved.
Is that agreed, Councillor Wilson? You're the seconder. Thank you very much.
All agreed?
All agreed on that? All say aye. Aye. Thank you. So we move on now to public question time. We have 15 minutes. Questions from members of the public and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. I will now invite those who submitted questions to ask one related supplementary question. I would ask that members of the public to proceed directly to the question, which will be answered without discussion, after which members of the public should return to their seat, unless they have more than one question on the schedule. We have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. Thank you.
The first one is Mr. Ridgewell.
Okay. And our first question is from Mr. Redgewell to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources. Mr. Redgewell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. So the question really is about Gloucester Transport Hub, which is about 3.5 years old and pretty brand new, and is gateway to the southwest and the Cotswolds. For the last few months, we've had all the doors, including the ones to the railway station and city centre, not working. There's 3 doors locked off tonight. There's a safety issue. I'm sure Gary will go into it further. There's a safety issue as well. I think we're concerned. I was told by the operators, National Express, Go Ahead and Stagecoach this afternoon, they pay an access charge to use the bus stations. They pay the council some money, and the fares didn't go up to £3 in the county. And we went up by a much slower scale than that, as a member of the Bus Advisory Board for the council. Gloucestershire, not this one. So I really want to know about these parts. And if these parts are not forthcoming, then Chris Hanson, the Managing Director of Stagecoach West and National Express, and Go Ahead's Phil Southall, have said to me, maybe we have to look at the loops, and we might have to rip the whole lot out and put another system in. But the worry is, and Gary will reiterate it, is the safety. We have a major rail station, which is great. We've got a fantastic transport hub in this city and a gateway to southwest England. But people tend to dash between the trains and the buses, and there's a danger. And I was on the bus the other night, which was a Go Ahead bus going, and one of the Oxford buses, Fulham's, and it was reversing out as passengers were dashing to go to the Stroud bus. And we just missed a passenger with luggage. And I think there's a real safety issue here. I mean, what will happen if the traffic commissioners, VOSA, if a passenger gets hit in the runway area? We've got to secure those doors. There is a safety issue on all UK bus stations. And where there's automatic doors for rail and bus stations, they need to be in use. So all I would urge tonight is we find a solution. And whether that's a new system, as one of your engineers I met on site, and thank you very much for that, by the way, to look at this. But from a passenger perspective, and I represent passengers in the county, as I've just explained on the bus advisory panels, I think you all know for the county, I'm the forum
Sorry to
rep.
interrupt, Mr Edgwell.
So just really what an answer.
Thank you.
I just really say on behalf of passengers, I'm not sure as an individual. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson to reply. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that answer. That sounds very concerning, very worrying. We often think these things are perfect when we put them all in, and then when it gets into real life, it never turns out quite like that way. I think it's funny, there is an answer to a similar question later on in the papers, where we say that we are investigating an alternative, because this is clearly not working. But it's going to be another few months before we can get around to doing that. We need to get into the next financial year, unfortunately. It's a bit of a shame. From what I can see is that there's a delay in the doors opening, and people are being impatient. It could well be that they're running to catch all the bits, or maybe across to the train station or something. I just wish that they'd just be a little bit more patient till the doors actually open. And then the doors get damaged, then they have to be left open, and then people are left when they're freezing cold. And all of this is very unsatisfactory. So I'll make sure that it's a priority. We investigate an alternative, because the loop system, unfortunately, isn't working.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mr Edgwell, you have another question? Could I ask that you proceed directly to that, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, after years of history of Gloucester City Council and the County of Gloucester, it looks like we're about to now enter the devolution debate along with the rest of the South West. It's only Devon and Gloucester that are now not unitaries. So I think the question really is how is Gloucester City Council now preparing to move to unitary status, either with East and West Gloucestershire, or to move to probably the preferred option, which is a unitary Gloucestershire? And then how are we going to preserve the mayor, yourself, and the city council as some sort of equivalent of Salisbury or Taunton or Truro, to give some West Country councils, so that we keep a city council? It can have devolved powers from the unitary, so we don't have to go down the line of just being a parish council. We can devolve powers down like they've done in Somerset and Dorset. And then the other question is, it's pretty clear now that under devolution, the final bit is the combined authority, that we have to go into an area where we have unanimity with...
Sorry, Mr Edgwell, this is a separate question. Shall I ask the leader of the council to
But it was
respond
the end
to
of the question, actually.
Oh, okay.
It was the bit about devolution, because the next bit is the combined authority.
That's your next one, according to...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chief Executive. My apologies.
No problem.
My apologies.
So, Councillor Hilton, leader of the council,
Sorry, Councillor
to respond to your second question. Thank you.
As I probably said in my answer to you, the English devolution white paper was published on the 16th of December. Frankly, it's a misnomer to call it a devolution bill when the government's planning to scrap Gloucester City Council, a council that we've had in its different forms for over 542 years, where we self-governed and developed the city as we've seen fit. I'm having meetings every 2 weeks with the other leaders of councils in Gloucestershire. At the moment, there's no settled will and no proper discussion over the strategic authorities, and similarly, there's no agreement or discussion or looking at the pros and cons of any form of unitary government following on into the future. So at this point in time, it's very early. It's just over a month that we've not done any work in Gloucestershire. That is why I wrote to the Minister to say Gloucestershire was not ready to fast-track proposals to abolish this council. I'm quite happy with that decision. I hope Member of Parliament has supported us in that. I know he's put in another proposal which quite clearly shows there's no settled will at the moment in Gloucestershire.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Mr Edgwell, you have a third question, please.
My
Thank
apologies for
No
breaking that,
problem.
Lillian. So under the devolution white paper, which is moving at quite a pace, we have a choice of entering into an agreement with the West of England Mayoral Combined Authority, which covers the South Gloucestershire and the rest of the county, Bath and North East Somerset, Bristol, and possibly in the future North Somerset, as one combined authority with a Metro Mayor. The other option is possibly going into Wessex, which is with Wiltshire, Somerset, Dorset and Bournemouth and Christchurch, and may now be Swindon, bearing in mind they've now been told that they have to go into an area where they have contiguous police, fire and ambulance services. I don't think the idea of entering the West Midlands and Gloucester becoming part of a West Midlands authority is really a goer, bearing in mind that we have no ambulance service, no police service, and no devolution deals with West Midlands. So Hereford and Worcester will be very difficult to join. So my question there is simple. Have we discussed this issue yet? And are we on is that now being looked at by the county council? I know it is at the county, but is Gloucester now looking at the whole issue of devolution? Because that's where the powers, that's where the money, and that's where the resources for this council in the future and this county will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Edgwell.
Yeah, this is another example where nobody knows what the marriage would be like. It's a bit like marriage at first sight. You go in, get married, and then you live to regret it because 99% of them fail. If you're going to form an alliance and club together with other local authorities, then the best thing to do is to do a bit of courting before you get to that point and find out what the pros and cons are and what the financial constraints are and everything else. It's just interesting to note that in 1973, under that local government reorganisation then, the Gloucestershire, Worcestershire and Herefordshire was proposed at that time to be one county council, and eventually they decided no, Gloucestershire went alone. It's got a population of 660,000, much greater than the country of Iceland at 400,000. And frankly, most of the proposals that the government talking about of devolving to this locality could be devolved directly to the county council because the county council's got the capacity to deliver those strategic issues. But the white paper is the white paper as it is. And I've heard a lot of Labour council leaders complaining about the white paper and they're not happy with it. Let's see what happens over the next coming months. Don't rush into something just because somebody says you have to. Take your time, and that's my advice to this council. And we'll go through all the pros and cons and have proper conversations before we decide which way we want to go.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Thank you, Mr Edgwell. Our next question is from Gary Byard. Do we have Gary here? Hi, Gary. Just press the microphone. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to be honest, I don't really know what to say, really, because I think David's answered a lot of the questions, really, tonight. Basically, my main concern, obviously, was the doors, obviously, at Gloucester Transport Hub. And also for the safety of the drivers, basically, because I have witnessed it quite a few times in the transport hub in Gloucester. People's crossing there basically during the day. I was even on a 97 bus once, and this bloke basically decided to walk literally down the side of the bus, basically on the driver's side. And really speaking, the driver tried to stop him. And really all the driver got basically was a load of abuse. And, you know, he didn't get out of his car because he just phoned, he said, look, he said, come on, he said, you know, he said, just try it. He said, just get on it. He said, just get out here and try it. And
Mr. Byard, if you could, sorry to interrupt, but if you could get to the question as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Well, my question is basically, You know, is anything basically going to be done? Because if this was Bristol Bus Station, which is obviously owned by First, obviously...
Thank you, Mr Byard. So it's Councillor Wilson to respond. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. That was quite interesting. Just you explained quite well the safety issues. So from what I can see, there's two issues here. There's safety, plus the fact that the doors get vandalised and then they're left open, then people are freezing cold. So that's issue number two. So I would say the safety issue is probably the more important of the two, but they're both important. So I'll get this to be, I'll make this a priority to see if we can sort this out as quickly as we can, because as I said, we've had two different people come here tonight raising the exact same issues. That says to me that there's something that needs to be sorted here. So if you leave that with me, I'll make sure I get that done. And thank you.
Mr Byard, could you ask your next question, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Byard. Do you have another question? That's it. Okay, thank you so much. Is Mr Chilcott here this evening? Do we have Mr Chilcott? No? Okay, so we'll move on then to, that's the end of public questions. Thank you. We don't have any, we've not been notified of any petitions or deputations. So we'll move on now to announcements. It is with great sadness that I mark the passing of Baroness Sally Oppenheim Barnes on New Year's Day at the age of 96. She was the Conservative MP for Gloucester for 17 years, from 1970 to 1987, and she never lost an election. She was universally liked, admired and respected across the city, even by her opponents. She was a close neighbour of ours in Tuffley for many years, and she inspired us all, especially the young women of my generation. I treasure the group photo I have of the cast of an old-time music hall show at St Barnabas taken in 1978, when Sally joined us on stage. I was only 15 then, and like everyone else, I was totally in awe of our graceful, elegant and amazing MP. A remarkable and extraordinary lady who did so much for Gloucester. But there are some people here in this room who worked closely with her, and I wondered if anyone else would like to speak. Madam Sheriff?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but when you were talking, Sally was one of us. She was one of the city. She was always fun. We used to have open top buses going through the city singing Sally's and everything. Everybody was involved with Sally Oppenheim. She did live in Santos, actually, on the farm. And many events, she moved on then to Tuffley, and many events were held at the farm. And it didn't have to be Conservatives. It could have been anyone. She invited everybody, just loved what she did. And she was always in the market shopping. She used all the local shops. But she was great fun. She inspired me to do my dinner dances. We used to have the shopping mall, was market then, as a stage. We used to borrow all the chairs from the King's School, put them into the shopping mall, or from the Conservative Club in tables. We used to have some wonderful times there. And yes, we used to go up to Parliament. In fact, I got photographs of Sally. In fact, they're pinned in the office in the Conservative group room. But Sally inspired us all. I don't think she needs to be forgotten. And always turned out to whatever the occasion would be. And like you said, she was quite theatre active. I can say it now. I remember Rose, and she used to help Sally. She did when Sally was in London. And I'll always remember, I'll never forget it now. I met her in town and she said, "Oh my God, Pam." I said, "What's wrong, Rose?" She said, "I killed all Sally's plants." So everybody was going round looking for plants for Sally Oppenheim before she came back from Parliament. But we did have some fun with Sally. May she rest in peace. And I'm sure she's looking down on us and going, with her still hairstyle. She never changed. God bless you, Sally. And thanks for what you did for the city. But we have fun with it too. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Madam Sheriff. In other news, I do beg your pardon.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam Mayor.
Lewis.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Councillor Gravel's isn't here tonight, who actually knew her. I mean, I did know her, but that was because I used to inseminate her cows, but that's besides the point. So I've seen her when she's at her best, at her worst, covered in stuff. But their hair never moved, did it? It was always there. She always looked the part. Whatever she was doing, she looked the part, and she was one of the people. She definitely was one of the people. Andrew was going to tell a story about her. She was in Trafalgar chip shop, and she said, "Anybody got any questions for me?" And the bloke just said, "Yeah, when's my chips going to be ready?" But she was one of the people. She actually just got stuck in and said, "Well, when is your chips going to be ready?" So she was not one of them. And like Madam Mayor said, she was universally liked by all and everybody in Gloucester. So she will be missed, and God rest her. Hope she's found some peace.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Anyone else? Councillor Alistair Chambers? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to be saying some of the stories that Andrew said about Andrew Gravel's, because he did quite a lot of canvassing with her, but I think Andrew Lewis has covered it. So thank you very much. Thank
you, Councillor Chambers. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak about Baroness Sally Oppenheim-Barnes? Well, then moving on, it has been a busy start to the new year. Among many other events, we've had the first tenants, fast toasts, moving into the forum, and we held a flag-raising ceremony to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. We've also had the Civic fundraiser on the 11th of January at St Barnabas Hall in Tuffley. And thank you to everyone who supported this. We had over 100 people there on a freezing cold night, probably the coldest night of the year so far. And we had mayors from Evesham, Forest of Dean, Tewkesbury and Bewdley. They made the trip despite the awful weather. And others sent apologies with a donation, which was very much appreciated. We all had a very entertaining and enjoyable evening, thanks to Rain or Shine's excellent production of Murder Most Wild, which is still touring around the county. If you get the chance to see it, I do recommend it. 65 ploughmen's suppers were served, courtesy of Gloucestershire Gateway Trust. Butlers kindly provided the bar, and we were also supported by the Gloucestershire Volunteer Police Cadets. Many thanks to all involved. It was a great community event which raised £1,500 for our civic charities. So, yes, thank you. And the next one will be on Saturday, the 26th of April. So there's a date for your new diaries. Thank you very much. Leader of the Council, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I've got two announcements to make. The first one is about the Great Western Road sidings. People remember that planning permission was given to Utopia for 315 homes on that site. That's a brownfield site. Planning permission has now been issued with 2 legal agreements. And this means that the original 26 affordable homes will rise, one hopes, to 113 affordable homes. In other words, up from 8% to 36% of the estate. Now, this is down to discussions we've had with the registered social landlord, and I think members of the planning committee will remember that they altered the council policy to allow agreements to be made outside the Section 106 process, and that's enabled this one to go ahead. It's still subject quite clearly to Homes England providing the grant, which I think the registered social landlord is really confident about, but nothing's certain until it's done and dusted. But that's good news for that housing development, which was a worry when we took office, Madam Mayor, that we thought the whole thing was just going to snarl up and nothing would progress on it. The second one is to do with the corporate plan. Despite holding discussions with all group leaders and compromising in our part, I have been unable to agree the final text of the corporate plan ahead of this meeting. I'm therefore withdrawing the corporate plan from this evening's council agenda. Maybe we can have further discussions with group leaders.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So moving on now to members of the Cabinet. Any announcements? Councillor Trimnell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have 3 council announcements from my community and engagement portfolio. As part of our cost of living action plan work, which was a Labour motion, we've been working very hard to see what we could do in terms of getting the message out there, which I know this was something that Tree and I spoke about a little while ago. And so what we're going to do is we'll be sending out this leaflet that I gave you in all council tax bills that are going out, which of course saves money in that the council bills are going to be going out. So this is going out with it. And the Independent Food Aid Network, who you'll see is supported by, on the front of the leaflet, in collaboration with local authority teams, advice providers, food aid organisations and other local stakeholders, help link resources for people facing money worries. This step-by-step guide identifies which local agencies are best placed to help people maximise income and access any existing financial entitlements. So, as I say, that's going out with the council tax bills. Also, that's going out, this brings me on to my second announcement, something else that's going out in the council tax bills are the surveys. So as part of the review of our face-to-face services, we will be conducting a survey of residents to gather feedback, vital feedback. The survey will be sent out again with the council tax bills, which is around 60,000 addresses, and will also be available online. But the survey can either be completed online or on paper, which I think is really important. And again, something I believe Tree has mentioned in the past, which always sticks with me, is that inclusiveness and the digital poverty that's happening. So really wanted to get that in. So the paper copies can be dropped off at community libraries, council offices and other venues like the museum and Gloucester Guildhall. The survey will be available from 18th of March and we encourage everyone to complete it by the 30th of April. This will help us understand residents' preferences and improve our services going forward. The survey will ask about how residents would like to contact us, whether they can access services online, and will collect some key demographic information. We will be encouraging visitors to our appointment centre and our partners to complete surveys when we see them. Additionally, we'll be promoting the survey through social media, our website and posters. The feedback we gather will be invaluable in helping us shape the future of our face-to-face services going forward. And thirdly, so my third announcement is that I am delighted to share with members of this council that the contract for the rough sleeping outreach service has been awarded to Julian House. Julian House hold a number of contracts in the southwest and bring with them a wealth of experience to support some of the most vulnerable people in our city. I want to extend my thanks to the outgoing provider of this service, P3, who have delivered this service for the last 8 years. They will still be working in partnership with us and others on other county-wide work, and we look forward to developing services with them further to continue to address the needs locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Are there any more announcements from Cabinet members? No? Okay. So we move on now to the chairs of committees. Anyone making any announcements from chairs of committees? No? Okay. So it's over to Head of Paid Service. Nothing from Mr McGuinty. So we will now move on to members' question time. I will invite group leaders to ask 2 questions and related supplementary questions. Other members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. After group leaders, I will endeavour to allow each member who's indicated to ask 1 question and 1 related supplementary question before allowing any member to ask a further question. This will continue until the time has run out. Questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 45 minutes to get through as many questions as possible, and questions must comply with council procedure rules which have been circulated to all members and the members' code of conduct. So if we could keep questions and answers as succinct as possible, then we'll get through as many as we can. Oh, yes. I see, yes. So we're going to start and sort of rotate. We've not done this before, so bear with us. And when you do want to speak, put hands up really high so we can see. Okay, so we're going to start with Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my first question is for the Cabinet Member for Housing. I was very, very saddened this week to read the all-parliamentary report on child deaths in temporary accommodation. And there were 80 deaths within a year in temporary accommodation. And 74 of those, the contributing factor was that they were living in temporary accommodation. I don't think it's right whether I ask if anything like that's happened in Gloucester under us, but, you know, I really hope it hasn't. The question I have for you is, since this is a very, very, you know, this is one of the most tragic things that I've heard for a long time, and we are solely responsible for the temporary accommodation in our city, would you consider setting up some sort of working group, whether that's through ONS or how we do it? I don't know the best way, at all parliamentaries, that we can really look at our temporary accommodation and make sure that we're avoiding that at all costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shervey.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, so, well, one death is far too many. I'm not aware of any infant deaths in our temporary accommodation. But like I said, the statistic that you mentioned about that's UK-wide is far too many. We do have a duty of care to anybody that presents as homeless and that we need to put into temporary accommodation. So that includes whether they need cots and everything else. So I think that, did you say a working group? Is it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, to be fair. I think there'll be a lot of good that comes out of that to make sure that we definitely don't become a statistic. So I would welcome that, and I'll quite happily chair that.
Thank you, Councillor Shervey. Councillor Chambers, do you have a supplementary? You don't. Second question then, please. Thank you.
My second question is to the Cabinet Member for Communities Engagement. In regards to the new outreach contract, that's very good. We've got a new contractor. Are they likely to be, are they too paying the staff from the previous outreach service, or will there be redundancies made from that, or will they bring in their own staff?
Thank you for your question there, Councillor Chambers. So there will be staff that will be two paid across. P3, they're going to be changing the way they're going to still do a certain amount of work. But when it comes to the rough sleepers, then this is going to be for Julian House. So depending on the specialism of who is in the P3, they'll move over accordingly. So I can't say that all staff are going to be two paid, because it'll be up to the individuals if they want to be two paid. Like, a lot of staff are quite loyal to the company that they work for, so with P3. So it could be that they will move on to other places with P3. So it'll be up to them to decide on how that's going to work. But I'm sure there'll be staff that will come over to Julian House from P3. But I'm also welcoming in Julian House's staff who's going to come here as well. So I think, and between them, between all the members of staff, I'm sure they're going to be working incredibly well for the people here in Gloucester. Thanks.
Councillor Chambers, do you have supplementary?
Okay. Thank you for the answer. In regards to rough sleeping initiatives, and it's a very complex area, and different companies take on different sort of attitudes to how they are going to try and help the rough sleepers in our city. Do you feel, I presume, I don't know if you've met with them, not yet, but okay. So I was going to ask if you're happy with how they're going to sort of target the issue and how they're going to try and support people.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, you know, they come with a wealth of experience. And as I said in my actual announcement, they have already hold a number of contracts in the Southwest, which have been extremely successful. They're not a big provider either. So it's nice sometimes when you get the smaller providers, because they really, not saying that the big providers don't work, but I just feel that the smaller ones, they're in competition because they are providers, so they want to show that they're doing well. And so I do believe that, I haven't met with them, so I can be honest in saying that, but I look forward to meeting with them. And I believe that they'll do what they can to come in and first of all liaise with the other partners around the city, which includes a number of services that are available for rough sleepers, like via the Cavern, Gloucester City Mission, Nelson Trust, so all these. And I'm sure there's going to be a wealth of experience between all of them that will make Julian House come in, see what's needed, and then start work from day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. So we're now going to come to Councillor Pullen, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to say, Councillor Hilton, very disappointed that you've withdrawn the corporate plan for discussion this evening. There's a lot of work gone on, hundreds of hours of work with officers. You've worked with other parties to try and bring a plan forward that's in the best interest of the city. You talk in your plan about putting the heart back into Gloucester. I'm afraid your actions have taken the heart out of this council and the heart out of democracy.
Councillor Hilton, Councillor Pullen, what was your question?
Do you not agree that this has taken the heart out of democracy and the heart out of this council?
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Not at all. Officers have worked really hard in helping the administration develop the corporate plan. It went to the Cabinet Committee, and then it went out to public consultation and also to Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The officers were working over the Christmas period and assessing the comments that were coming back. The report was amended quite generously, so from the information that we were provided by the Labour group. But in conversations that we've had in the last week, it was clear that further amendments were wanted, and I did make a tentative agreement with the Labour group, but then another load of amendments to the corporate plan were being proposed, which I wasn't prepared to accept. And then last night, I found out that the Conservatives wanted to remove Wessex House, St Oswald's Park, Whitefriars, and Spread Eagle Court from the key projects that the corporate plan had identified for housing. And I wasn't prepared to accept it, and I wasn't prepared to have some of those amendments bounced on this administration, because we're in a minority here. And I tried to reach out to everybody to get an agreement. But I made a decision. I wasn't going to be ambushed by three groups to get things through that I was not happy with. Therefore, I withdrew the corporate plan, and I'll take it back to council if and when we can agree the text and agree that no further amendments will be put to it, and signed by the group leaders that they are happy to accept the corporate plan as it stands. I'm not going to have ambushing amendments that come in at the last minute, ones that, from the Conservatives in particular, which were withdrawing issues that nobody had complained about and nobody has suggested them. And who wants to say that we should not build Wessex House? It was in the Conservative corporate plan back in 2021, and it never got delivered, and we're now trying to deliver it. So we've identified the key project. This is not a wish list. This is a key strategy document to give the focus for the officers to work to their and organise their work streams so that they can deliver as much as possible for the council. That is why I withdrew it this evening. We can come back to it another time if we can get an agreement round the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Pullen, do you have a supplementary, please?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. With respect, Councillor Hilton, you said when you were elected and your administration came into being back in May, you wanted to work collaboratively and cooperatively with this council. Here is a real good opportunity to work collaboratively and cooperatively with all parties. Are you still wishing to do that? Because I haven't seen that evidence. And can you tell us when we will see the plan and when it will be agreed, please?
Councillor Hilton to answer.
Yeah, of course we're prepared to work collaboratively and cooperatively, but there's a point where you keep having red lines that you're not prepared to go over and where you're actually asking us to agree to policies that maybe we don't support or ones which frankly shouldn't be in the corporate strategy. They could be, you know, some of the things that were being requested are being passed with resolutions by this council, such as the affordable homes criteria, and trying to change that. So there comes a point where you ask for too many amendments to a strategy document, and therefore you undermine the administration's policy objectives as well. It is about collaboration, but it's about agreement as well, and it's about being reasonable with agreements. It is not right that to bring forward housing development in Whitefriars, St Oswald's, Wessex House, Spraid Eagle Court. The references to those should have been removed. The Conservatives were not prepared to budge on. That if you look at those, three of them collectively have got £3.3 million worth of brownfield land reclamation grants from the government. We've got to progress those projects. They're being worked on at the moment. To remove them from the corporate plan seems nonsensical, but I couldn't get agreement. That's why I pulled it. Until the group leaders on the opposite side do actually cooperate with me, then this stays out of the council chamber. Once we've got an agreement, we can bring it forward. I know no silly games are going to be played. I'll bring it back.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, you'd like to raise a point of clarity?
Point of personal clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to just factually correct some of the things the leader said there. There was nobody within the Conservative group that did not support any of those properties that you mentioned. We were fully supportive of them. We didn't. All we asked for was it was referenced to all properties within the city that may require that kind of work got considered. That is it. We're very supportive of all those projects taking place. Some of them, like you said, were in our corporate plan, and we are happy to see those develop those plans and be delivered. However, we don't want the rest of the city excluded and those properties solely focused on. Because they're not local to you and your ward.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Back to Councillor Pullen.
Can I come back? Well, because then she shouldn't have been allowed to butt in here, because she's basically said that they weren't. You don't remove items from a corporate plan and say you're in favour of them.
Councillor Pullen, your second question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Another question to the leader. Does the leader totally and 100% support the regeneration of Podsmead?
Councillor Hilton, thank you.
I support the regeneration of many areas in Gloucester, and it's important when those regeneration projects come forward that they're sound, they've got finance to back them, they meet the planning regulations, they provide a better environment. big weakness of the Podsmead one is quite a lot of the poor quality housing in Podsmead isn't being regenerated, but a lot of new houses are being built on green land. It's now subject to a planning application that will be determined by the planning committee. It's also subject to a valuation, a criteria being assessed at the moment. So this will all go through the process. So we'll see what happens with that application. But at the moment, it's in the process of being considered by our development control officers to present a report to the planning committee. And I wouldn't like to comment on it any further than that.
Councillor Pullen, do you have a supplementary, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have to say I didn't hear a very convincing yes. If that's, surely you cannot stand by and let people continue to live in damp, cold and unacceptable conditions. We cannot deny families new homes. We cannot kiss goodbye to £20 million of Homes England funding, plus the £30 million that Gloucester City Homes themselves are putting with it. So can you do everything in your power to make sure that the planning application from Gloucester City Homes comes to the planning committee on the 30th of March?
The decision on whether it goes to the planning committee on the 30th of March is dependent on whether the planning officers are prepared to present a report and they've got all the information. I gather there's a number of documents they're still waiting from Gloucester City Homes to get to the, that's why the February meetings being missed. It's them that's got to go through the process. It's got to be done properly. It mustn't be rushed. It must be done properly. And some of the delays are down to Gloucester City Homes not presenting the appropriate documents to the planners in time for them to be assessed. So it's a process. It's a big application. And the people of Podsmead deserve it to be looked at properly and to consider all the issues related to it. And that's has always been the administration's case. It's got to go to the planning committee. It's got to be assessed properly before we make a decision on whether we transfer land to Gloucester City Homes to allow the project to proceed. And we need to see the viability and the valuations of the land and everything else. We haven't seen that either at this point in time. So do it properly. Don't push it, and don't push it one way. Let the thing take its due course.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. We come now to Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't raise it before, but a point of clarity, I did say to Declan and Jeremy I was going to support the corporate plan. Okay, so anyway, so with regards to questions, I've got a question for the Cabinet Member for Environment. And this is with regards to a chemical the City Council uses. Germany, Belgium, Denmark, France, Italy, Australia all have banned this chemical. Tonga, Sri Lanka and many other countries have also banned this chemical. Glastonbury Council, Frome Council, Brighton Hove Council, Eastbourne Council and also Croydon Council have all banned this chemical. Glyphosate has been banned in many countries and many city councils. When does the Cabinet Member for Environment say that this chemical is going to be banned and stop being used in Gloucester City Council and an alternative is going to be used instead? What, can you give me a timeline, please? Thank you. Thanks, Sebastian.
Councillor Field to respond, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for the question. Glyphosate is approved in the EU and it's approved by the World Health Organization. It is actually, in fact, no more harmful than many other ordinary chemicals that we use. It's a dedicated weed killer that kills plants by inhibiting their protein growth, and it stops these weeds growing. So what I've said since I came in to this role is that I want to reduce the use of glyphosate because I want to encourage plant growth where it's appropriate. I also want to stop using this glyphosate so much because I favour mechanical methods of removing them. And it's not up to me to ban anything, because ban is a term for national government. We are reducing our use of it as a council. We already reduced it last year by 50%. We have a plan to reduce it even further. But if you cease to use it entirely, you have to remove weeds by another method. Now, we will always need something like glyphosate to remove stubborn weeds. We can't use the weed ripper machine in all the narrow streets in Gloucester, so particularly wards like Barton and Tredworth, we wouldn't be able to get those down every road. So we still need targeted microdosing of glyphosate in those areas. So I have an ambition to reduce glyphosate use in the city. I've made no secret of that. But I'm curious as to why Councillor Chambers raises it now, and he did that scrutiny the other night, but he had no problem with it seemingly from 2021 to 2024 under the Conservative administration. So there's obviously some disjunct there.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Alistair Chambers, do you have a supplementary,
Yeah,
please?
he didn't
Thank
actually
you.
tell me how long the timeline was where he's going to ban it, which was the question. Can you answer that before I go on to the next one, please? Because I haven't been given my answer. That's a very simple question. How long is the timeline, please?
I think it's answered without discussion, so you need to ask your supplementary.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
yet again, he hasn't answered my question. He hasn't got a clue of how long he's going to use it for, which is really, really sad. So just out of interest.
You could get to your question,
So
your supplementary question.
You couldn't reply. So the question.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, just hold on just for a second. Will you withdraw that remark about Councillor Field?
With the greatest respect, Madam Mayor, I have a lot of respect for you. However, I did ask a question, how long it was to be phased out. He said, didn't give me a timeline. So in my perception of that, in my opinion, I believe he hasn't got a clue. So yeah, I stand by that. Unless you can give me a clue.
Well, if we could be a bit more respectful to each other, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you could ask your supplementary, please, Councillor Chambers, please.
So,
Thank you.
with regards to that, there's no timeline given, but in ONS, I can remember the Cabinet Member for Environment saying approximately 3 to 4 years. However, the UK licence for use of this chemical expires this year, 2025. So therefore, the Cabinet Member is looking to use a chemical. Why is the Cabinet Member looking to use a chemical that's potentially becoming illegal in use in the UK in 2025 December? You can Google it. Why is he looking to use it for another 3 years after? And with response to health situation...
You've asked your question. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Field, would you like to respond to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are phasing out the use of glyphosate, but you will have to use it in certain circumstances. And if we withdraw it entirely, then Councillor Chambers and others in this room will have to get used to the idea of the weeds coming back. And I think we will then get complaints at the opposite end when we have weeds overrunning. So we've got to balance this. I'm in favour of reducing the use of glyphosate. I've said this several times now. I'm in favour of using mechanical removal techniques, and I would like to get another weed ripper machine, but that will be dependent on getting in the good graces of my colleague here. So we can't commit to anything like that at the moment. The council just hasn't got the money. But I am of the opinion that we will reduce it and stop using it almost entirely. And that's as much as I can say on that matter. And I'm just very curious as to why it wasn't raised before the overview and scrutiny meeting if it was such an important issue to Councillor Chambers. Why didn't he talk to his previous colleague, Councillor Cook? Why didn't he raise it before? I don't know.
Thank you, Councillor Field.
Councillor Chambers' second question now.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, your second question, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Councillor for Environment, Sebastian. Question really with regards to flooding. Future flooding has been shown on the Environmental Agency plan for Curlew Road, Red Bull Way, properties to Hawthorne Avenue, properties to the rear of Birch Avenue. There's an email circulating from the City Council saying these residents need to be made aware. I took it upon myself to knock on all these residents' doors, probably about 50% of them, and they didn't have a clue about what was happening. On that basis, what are you going to do? Are you going to tell these residents that their homes are going to flood in the future? It's been proven, and there's an email circulating in the City Council, or are you going to keep quiet with that? Thank you.
Councillor Field, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very concerned to hear about that, so I'll be taking advice from the flooding officers and get back to you.
Thank you. And Councillor Alistair Chambers, do you have a supplementary, please?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. So will you take that back? I really appreciate you doing that, and thank you for being honest that you didn't have an idea about that. But with regards to that, if you could take this back as well, on the actual same email as well, which shows the flooding and the flooding map, which clearly identifies these properties, it says that residents should have a flood plan prepared and ready. They didn't know anything about a flood plan. I don't know what a flood plan is. I guess it's how to get out of the house, but what does that entail? So please can you ensure that the residents that have been highlighted to have their homes flooded all get an understanding of what a flood plan is and how to prepare a flood plan? Because in this email being circulated, there's no information on how that is going to happen. So I really appreciate your honesty in that and that you're going to look into it. That means a lot. Thank you very much, Councillor Sebastian.
Councillor Field to answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to give that assurance.
And thank you. So it's Councillor Patel next, I gather. Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a one question for now. My question is on the dog breeding. Now, I had residents complaining to me from the summer regarding a particular property in my ward where there was constant barking from dogs. It was affecting their sleep. It was constant day and night, day and night. They reported to the council many times. 5 months later, 4 months later, I reported to the council as well, and basically told that if residents have concerns about the noise, they need to report it to the council, and then it will get logged, and then they can be issued with sound recording devices. Now, in the meantime, it got so bad that the police attended because of complaints from residents. The police attended, and you'd be shocked, absolutely shocked, to hear 5 months after the complaints first came in to the council, 5 months later, when the police went in, they found 20 dogs. 20 dogs. It was basically a puppy farm. 20 dogs found in a small flat, a one-bedroom flat above a takeaway. Imagine that. And these dogs were not coming out for days and days. Now, clearly, there were some animal welfare offences identified by the police. And this is really, really concerning because of the timeline. I'm just wondering, is there one rule for councillors and another rule for members of the public? Because clearly, it seems like the council are simply not interested. Can you please provide me with assurances that when the council receives complaints such as this, they will do something about it? They will not fob residents off time and time again.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trimnell to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel, for that. I don't know this individual case, but it sounds horrific. And 5 months is a long time. There is a process, and things do take time. I've had cases that I have gone through, and it does involve, you know, emails being sent to community wellbeing, diaries kept, that kind of thing of noise, and then noise tests going in, that kind of thing. And it does, unfortunately, take time. So I can't actually speak on this particular case, but I can certainly say that it isn't one rule for one and another for another, because it does take time. It really does. An example that I can think of this is Pomali. So we had a bit of like, okay, there was too much noise. There was, you know, the smell of the factory, that kind of thing. And actually, I can honestly say, I think this went on for years with residents. And it was very much, you know, you have to record the date, time, and all that kind of thing. And I know that seems really frustrating for residents, but that is the process. Okay, and as frustrating as I can tell you are, I am also. But I think, you know, what I can do is maybe go back to the particular team that deal with this and just have some kind of maybe timeline to because I don't know for myself. It's like, how long does someone have to keep on putting in diary entries? How many noise pollution tests have to go through before then there is action? And actually, you said that the police attended. that actually does happen more often than not, actually, because the poor resident gets so annoyed to the point that that's it, I'm just going to call the police because they will come quicker than a council officer coming to do it. But that is nationwide, you know, it's not one rule for one and another for another. That is the process when it comes to this kind of issue, which I'm sorry that it's so frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Councillor Patel, do you have a supplementary question, please?
I do, yeah. No, thank you for your comments there. It is a very serious problem, and I think perhaps it's a resource issue that needs to be looked at, because on the one hand, the nuisance comes under the jurisdiction of this city council, and on the other hand, we're fobbing people off, and they're at their wits' end because no one's listening to them. Their cries are falling on deaf ears, and they end up having to go to the police. And if it wasn't for the police attending, all those animals had to be removed and taken to the RSPCA, etc., etc. All that extra work that was created, it could have all been prevented, and actually residents would still be hearing the barking mad noises now if it wasn't for the police. So it does need addressing. Get the resource in the teams if they're struggling to make sure that we can manage this, and we do help and support our residents who are paying their taxes for this service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Just to respond to Councillor Patel, it may certainly be a resource issue. That said, I know officers themselves find it extremely frustrating because they can see from start to finish how long a resident has to go through this pain. And in terms of, I'm just glad to hear that in your case, that it was sorted and actually the dogs were sent to the RSPCA and then that resident, because, you know, there's people that are still suffering from noise and everything that in our city. So, you know, we've got budget. Maybe that's an idea for you guys to bring a budget amendment, perhaps, you know. So, you know, see how it goes. I think that's collaboration for you, isn't it?
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for Councillor Wilson. I'll be succinct. So many talented officers are leaving Gloucester Council. Is this to do with paying less and offering poorer working conditions to our talented officers at this council? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, thank you.
No, I don't think it is. Actually, going through the HR figures, I think it was last week, our sort of rate of our turnover rate has actually improved from this time last year. So, but we have had specific issues in the finance function, but that's not really anything to do with not paying well or low staff morale. I do have to say, though, I'm slightly concerned with all this uncertainty about the local government reorganisation. That's created some uncertainty. I think we've done quite a good job in reassuring staff, but it doesn't help. If you look at the budget papers, you can see we're constrained by, you know, how much we can raise salaries. I think we're assuming a salary rise of about 3% this year. I'll double check that. But average in the private sector, they're going up by 5%. So we have to compete against that, but we're very much constrained. But I think that we actually work here in a very professional environment. We look after our staff, treat our staff well, and we encourage their development. So this is a good place to work. Whereas it's always, a lot of our vacancies in the future will be in sort of more technical areas, and that's where skills are harder to find. So we are competing, not only against other local authorities, but also private companies as well. So it'll always be a struggle, but I think at the minute we're doing quite well. But it's always a challenge. I'm not under any illusions that it's going to get any easier. We just have to make sure we're always at the top of our game.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a supplemental. I'm going to say it. How can we retain our current quality officers and not be poached by GWR or Bristol City Council? Because I know of two of my colleagues on the railway have left this council and gone on the railway, and one who used to work on the Gloucester History Festival, and they're now working in Bristol City Council, because I know Bristol City Council pay a real living wage and avoid casual working and 0 hours contracts and promote flexible working.
Councillor Wilson, please.
I'm afraid any business that I've ever worked for, we've always had that issue. I remember working for Delphi down in Stonehouse. We used to always lose our best engineers to Honda down, and when we had a Honda down in Swindon, and GCHQ always used to come along as well. You're always going to get that churn, unfortunately, but I mean, all we can do is focus on what we're good at, focus on being a good employer, and I think most people value that, but you know, we always look at how we look after our staff, and we always look at how, you know, we do an annual staff survey. The results this year were quite good. And so we try and keep on top of it. But the sad fact of the matter is, for all sorts of reasons, people will always move on and go to other organisations, but then other people will come to us as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So I think next it's Councillor Chambers de Boos, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is a question for the Cabinet Member for Environment. I might be wrong, but I think it is. On the 24th of January, the Forest of Dean District Council put out a press release saying that because the government had laid a statutory instrument to increase the upper limits of some fines, they would be increasing the maximum amount of fine for those caught fly tipping from £400 to £1,000. The maximum amount for those who litter or graffiti from £150 to £500, and the maximum amount for those who breach household waste duty of care to be increased from £400 to £600. Does Gloucester City Council have a plan to do similar with our fines?
Thank you, Councillor Chambers de Boos. Councillor Field, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't seen that particular press release, but I mean, it's something we're constantly reviewing. So I'm certainly not, you know, I'm concerned to hear that. I think we, as a council, we progress vigorously against anyone fly tipping or littering or graffitiing in the city. I know for a fact that the team have been working really hard and achieved a great number of successes last year in prosecuting people for fly tipping and for littering and graffitiing. And we are on the verge of recruiting for 2 new officer roles in the anti-litter posts that we're creating at this council, bringing it back in-house, and that will enhance the service still further.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Supplementary, Councillor Chambers de Boos?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, when you've seen the article and seen how this has happened, would you take this forward as an idea to increase those fines?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's certainly something we want to look at. I'm open to it. Will it be on something I'll discuss with officers? I mean, I think the big challenge is always, it's one thing fining somebody, it's another thing actually getting them to pay the money. So we have to pursue them. That was the word I was looking for, pursue. We have to pursue them as vigorously as we can, and I'm certainly open to looking at all sorts of things to do with the limits of the fines.
Thank you, Councillor Field. We now move on to Councillor Andy Lewis, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I didn't know if we'd get to me. Declan, it's up to you. Right, the market. You know, it's my favourite subject because I keep getting lots of phone calls from them. What is the timescale for actually getting something done there? Now, you've had it for 6 months, the money for 6 months, or promise of the money for 6 months. Any plans yet, or what's happening? I know about the payments and all the rest of it, but that's immaterial. When are we going to move them?
Thank you. Councillor Wilson to respond, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't. We agreed to meet them every quarter, and the agreement was that by the time we meet them again, which is the beginning of March, we would have something more concrete to give to them. But we've had to recruit a new officer to specifically work on this. And so these things take time, unfortunately. I think the deadline for, I'm just looking for, this actually in my verbal question bingo card, this was the first number 1 item. The other one, I wasn't expecting that one, so that was interesting. So we are, I think it's supposed to be finished sometime in March 2026, but I think realistically, we're going to have to see if we can maybe get an extension to that. But I did say to the traders, the odds were that when we saw them end in November, beginning of December, the odds were that this time next year, end of this year, they would probably still be there because this is going to take time, unfortunately. But we'll have something more concrete in our sort of, I think it's the 6th of March we're meeting them. That meeting there, we'll have something to present to them and we'll have the vision of what we want to do. But can I just say that I am actually a big supporter of the market. I've talked to the traders, been very impressed with them, as I said in previous meetings. There was one person there, she's been there 40 years, another one 26 years. You know, and I really want to support them because they are part of the city. So whatever we do, I will make sure that the market traders themselves will be at the forefront of whatever we come up with.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a supplementary? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Carry.
Yeah, thanks for that, Declan. And I know that's roughly sort of the standard answer. But what I would suggest, having been in the building trade, you're basically building a big hall sort of thing and then doing a, don't overcook it. Make sure it's safe, obviously. Don't, but, you know, don't elaborate too much and say, well, we'll have this and we'll have that. As long as it is safe and fit for purpose, just get on and do it. Don't faff around and try and do this, that and the other, anything special. The basic thing about a market is the fact it's a building and they do the stuff inside it. That's what you need to do. And that's what shouldn't take too much time. Probably have a back door and all the rest of it, maybe some fans out there for ventilation, because some of the stores do hum a bit. But just tell them not to faff around with it and just get on with it.
Thank you.
We had that discussion when we had our last meeting. The thing that to bear in mind is, as I was very forcefully explained to me, was it's not a simple matter of just over the weekend moving them out and moving them in somewhere else. It's a bit more complicated than that. For example, we've got a butcher there with specialised equipment. It needs certain type of, he needs storage space, he needs floor reinforced probably, and the fishmonger as well. So these can't just be turn the light off, move them around and be ready to open up the following Monday. It's a bit more complicated than that, but we will make sure that it is planned properly.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Karen James, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Recently visited Humar House, which is a new facility housing young, vulnerable adults based on the London Road in Gloucester. I'd just like to ask the Cabinet Member for Housing whether there are plans to replicate this sort of facility across the rest of the city, please.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Shervey, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I actually recently went and visited the opening and had a tour myself. The project was funded in part by the MHCLG and also Homes England in partnership with the City Council and obviously run by Gloucester City Homes. If we can explore any more funding that can support those sort of schemes, we'll definitely be up for it. As part of our manifesto, we were looking at, well, the corporate plan, sorry, we're looking at getting more funding in for these sort of schemes. So if we can get more funding, we'll certainly go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Shervey. Do you have a supplemental?
I do have a supplementary. I just want a reassurance that you wouldn't rule out any particular wards for placing these facilities in future.
Certainly not.
Councillor Marshall, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As someone who worked for the NHS during the awful pandemic we had that started 5 years ago, I'd like to know when there'll be an opening reception for the COVID memorial in the park.
Thank you. Councillor Trimnell, please.
Unfortunately, Councillor Courtney isn't with us tonight, but I do know that this is something that is happening, and I believe it's spring. Yeah, I think it's happening this year, actually. I think it's something, I know an email was sent to myself from Councillor Pullen, and it was something that I was pushing. So I think it's certainly going to happen. So I just leave it at that. Okay.
Okay. I I'd like to
Quick
ask a
supplementary. Councillor Marshall. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in light of that, it's been 5 years since the pandemic began on the 23rd of March, and I remember that day. Would it not be fitting to have it around that time? I know it's spring, but I think it would be really nice and fitting, especially for the community. Gloucester Park is quite central, and bringing all the NHS staff and the City Council and everyone together, I think would be really fitting. Thank you.
Councillor Trimnell. Thank you.
I'll take that back to Councillor Courtney because she's not here, but that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Millard. We have very little time, but please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe my question is to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Community. Are you aware that the recent TRO for the Forum area didn't consult with the Hackney taxi group?
Councillor Hilton, please.
So, to say, I'm not Hackney I know the Hackney carriage temporary location. I got contacted by taxi drivers, and there was a real problem at the time, was that it didn't meet the traffic regulation orders because nobody prepared them properly and the signs were missing. So that was sorted, but I'll have to double check on the issue to do with the traffic regulation orders for the new taxi rank. I mean, that's all been planned as part of the scheme, I would have thought. And I mean, I know one of the issues with the delay and or the problems to open the car park is we're waiting for the works to be finished on Station Road, so that access to the car park as well. But we'll get back to you with an answer on that. But if you want to explain exactly what the problem is about the taxi, because I thought there was a taxi rank going back within the overall plans. If it's a traffic regulation order, I'm sure the Gloucestershire County Council should be processing it as well.
Councillor Millard, I know we're over time, but I will allow, if you have supplementary, please ask.
This is a recent TRO around the Forum that failed to consult with Hackney taxis. It was around the number of spaces there. So my supplementary is, will you please look into this for me?
Yeah, please do so.
Right, well, we're out of time now for questions, so we are now moving on to questions to chairs of meetings, and we have 15 minutes for those. Again, members may indicate that they would like to ask a question by raising their hand. As before, I will endeavour to allow each member who has indicated to ask one question and one related supplementary question before allowing any member to ask a further question. Questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 15 minutes to get through as many questions as possible. And questions must relate to the business or functions of the relevant committee and comply with council procedure rules and the members' code of conduct. So we have 15 minutes on the clock. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure which chair this will relate to, but maybe you can help me. The questions with regards to when we should find out the missing £300,000 circular, where if they could bring it to committee. The missing £300,000 that we couldn't hear about.
This isn't a question for a chair of committee.
Oh no, I'm hoping that they better take it to the committee.
It's only for, we're now on to questions for chairs of committees, I'm afraid.
So we will find out where it's gone. Okay. Right, bye.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my question's to the Chair of General Purposes. There's something, I remember you had mentioned several times to other councillors that if they thought that they'd like some constitutional changes discussed and debated, that they should write to the Chair of General Purposes, which I did, and you were the Chair. You verbally responded that you didn't like my idea, but did that mean we're not going to get to debate it at General Purposes?
Councillor Hilton, please.
Well, we didn't have it on the agenda of the last meeting because your question came in about a couple of days beforehand and was too late to put it on the agenda. I think the issue is to do with the time period for questions at Cabinet. They've always been 15 minutes, always been 15 minutes. The purpose of retaining the written questions was to give elected members the opportunity to write in to ask questions so that they could get something recorded in the public domain. It's something I always did, to ask a question, to get it recorded, so I was confident that I could use it in the public domain rather than maybe compromise an officer who didn't tell me that it was confidential. It's the most effective way of doing it. It's not there for a long session. I think 15 minutes for members is appropriate. There's plenty of time at full council. But obviously anybody wanting something on the agenda can do so. But there's 15 minutes for members of the public, 15 minutes for members. I think half an hour for questions to Cabinet is enough, because the meeting there is to deal with the business of the executive, and it mustn't be to this point where it becomes a boxing match or a football match or whatever it is, and we end up with the whole meeting spent on dealing with questions and lots of verbal supplementaries. As far as the meeting the other day was concerned, we took those questions which were there from elected members in the order that they were presented. They took longer maybe to answer because some members were asking or making provocative points that then needed to be answered rather than just a simple question. And we extended it by 10 minutes to allow them to, and then we ran out of time. So I think it's enough. And it's the same period of time that the Conservative Cabinet had, and it always worked fine then. It's just a matter for members to be disciplined and realise it's not the big debating session. It's there to just ask some questions and to get simple answers back. But you're entitled to discuss something like that. But I haven't put it on the agenda as much as yet because we haven't got a meeting. I don't know when the next meeting is scheduled.
Supplementary, Councillor Chambers?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope you do put it on the agenda because I followed the rules as you've explained them, as I did follow the rules with meeting the deadline in relation to the corporate plan amendment yesterday. So there was no ambush. I met the deadline. I'd also spoken to you about that within a week before then. So there was no ambush in relation to that. So if I've followed the rules, I've written to you as the Chair of General Purposes. I hope that you will put that on the agenda and not make an authoritarian decision as you have done because we couldn't agree with your demands on the corporate plan. So my question is, as the Chair of General Purposes, are you going to allow, the Constitution is the main point of democracy for this council, are you going to let democracy run its course and allow the issues that anybody within this chamber writes to you to discuss about the Constitution, whether it's been like it for 50 years or not? Everything we do in this chamber changes something. Every decision we make changes or incorporates something new. So just because something's been away for a long time shouldn't be that it should stay that way. So my question is, will you respect democracy? And if anybody wants any constitutional changes, they will get debated at General Purposes.
Councillor Hilton.
I think the formal request to ask for a change can be made, and then it's up to the managing director to consider the implications and present a report to the General Purposes Committee. I think the current time limit for questions at Cabinet is appropriate. I did get an email from you complaining that members didn't have time to speak, though I extended it by 10 minutes. I think I did ask, did say to you, did you see the video? No, you hadn't at that time. So it ran properly. That the cabinet member that ran properly, and it's important that it does. Otherwise, we're just not going to be putting up with misbehaviour and attempts to disrupt the meeting and its good business. All right. If it's done properly, that's fine. And if the questions are done succinct and to the point, the supplementaries, then that's fine. Let's see if we can get the thing done in 15 minutes. It always worked before. And I'm quite happy to extend it, but not when it was just going on and on and on.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Andy Lewis, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything because I thought, just say yes, we can debate it. It's not rocket science. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean the rest of us might not like it. So please, can you, on about succinct answers, tell your cabinet to give succinct answers, please. Some of these questions we've been asking, yes, no. It's a lot simpler and this council will be finished by now.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Hilton, please.
I've got no response to that statement.
Councillor Lewis, do you have a supplementary question? Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel, would you like to ask a question?
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to speak either, but I think the leader's remarks about childish behaviour or along those lines, as he did in the cabinet meeting, behavioural issues, that's pretty rude and unacceptable, because it's not behavioural issues, Councillor Hilton. What it is questions you don't like to hear. Excuse me, would you let me fit? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Hang on a minute.
Exactly what I'm talking
Just a moment. Just a moment, Councillor Patel. I can't hear what people are saying. Councillor Hilton.
The question is inappropriate. It's being directed at the General Purposes Committee, and it's about the process that happened at the Cabinet. I think we've had enough of that already.
Please tell it.
Councillor Patel, please direct a question to the Chair of the General Purposes Committee, please. Thank you.
Because you don't like a question, it doesn't mean you shut us down. Listen to the question and give us answers. And if you want succinct questions, provide us with succinct answers, so we can get more questions.
Councillor Patel, do you have an actual question, please? Sorry to push you on it. That was your question. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hilton, would you like to respond?
I think all chairs of committees in this council would appreciate that members, when they're asking questions, keep them succinct and to the point, and also that they behave themselves when leaving the meeting rather than ranting that they don't like the democracy, there's no democracy. It's all on video. The behaviour of 3 members of the council at the Cabinet was appalling.
Councillor Patel, do you have a supplementary?
Please, yes, just to come back on that. That cabinet meeting.
Sorry, Councillor Patel.
Sorry.
You've had a supplementary. Very sorry, you've had your supplementary.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, then, please. Thank you.
Yes, and this is to the Chair of General Purposes. As the Chair of General Purposes and discussing constitutional issues, like I said, which are the foundations of everything we do, do you think we need to look further into not only the oppositions being penalised or shut down about asking questions, but do you think there should be some sort of controls? As we've gone into and guidance that we've looked at in relation to motions, do you think we need to look at some guidance into asking questions and how that should be done and what they contain and staying on point? And also, do you think as a cabinet, you should also follow some guidelines in not filling up the time with various things that are unrelated, because there's several things that come up in answers that are not related to the question in any way. Do you think we should be debating that as well in general purposes?
Councillor Hilton, please.
We can if you want. I think it would be counterproductive. I think the best thing to do is to see what the Constitution says and to answer people to answer questions politely and correctly, and similarly that they should be put politely and correctly in the first place. And certainly members of this council shouldn't be putting information in their questions which is totally untrue, factually incorrect. And that, of course, means that people responding then have to spend more time on the detail to correct the incorrectness of the original question.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, do you have a supplementary?
Again, that answer was completely one-sided into members need to ask questions succinctly, factually. We receive answers, and I'm not expecting everybody to know all the facts, and I'd never jump on anybody to not know the facts, but we've received answers that are factually incorrect, and we receive answers that are completely off the point. So these things both work both ways. So please, could you consider some equality within how members are being penalised, and that it works both ways? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton, please.
I don't think members are being penalised at all. The rules are there. It seemed to work previously, but then in the past, the opposition was a lot more better behaved than certain members of the Conservative group are at the moment.
To be respectful.
Just a reminder to be respectful to each other wherever possible, please. And Councillor
Wiederhold was next.
Councillor Wiederhold, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, the Chair of Oversight and Scrutiny is not here to hear my question, but I'd like to thank the other, the Vice Chair of for standing up in the meeting recently and calling us to account because the behaviours in that Oversight and Scrutiny meeting were quite abhorrent. I'd also like to say that the Chair of the Oversight and Scrutiny Committee ought to have insisted that people stick to the budget, which is what that Oversight and Scrutiny meeting was about. However, he allowed debate about other things to come about, and we cannot plan for things on budget and then be expected to answer about other things. So could the Chair please bear that in mind in future?
Thank you, Councillor Wiederhold. We have now Councillor Chambers-Dubus who can answer. If you could answer that question, please. Thank you.
Thank you for recognising that. Yeah, at the end of the day, I think poor, bickering, name-calling behaviour is never acceptable. We were there for a reason, and that reason wasn't being adhered to, so thank you for recognising that.
Thank you. Does Councillor Wiederhold have a supplementary?
I do not.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alistair Chambers next, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The hypocrisy then was quite unbelievable, because the reason there was bickering was because we weren't given answers. So this question goes to the leader.
Sorry, Councillor Chambers, could I just establish who are you directing this to? Okay.
So do you agree that you should follow the agenda at all times as being chair, and you should stick to the processes and procedures of the agenda that's signed off by the CEO? That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Hilton, please.
I always do, and I think you behaved really well when you came to the last General Purposes Committee and we went through the agenda in a proper way. I don't think there was any complaints about our discussions and how we went through them. And I welcomed your contributions, because they were succinct, polite and calm, rather than ranting protests that we sometimes get.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Chambers?
So thanks for confirming that sticking to the agenda is a really good way and the right way to do it. On that basis, why did you not follow the agenda? Why did you go out of the agenda? Why did you interrupt Declan when it was his turn to speak as a cabinet member? And why did you force your way forward, which then ended up to bickering and arguments? Please follow the agenda.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Alistair Chambers, but this is a question
sorry,
to
I was thinking we were talking about the overview of scrutiny, where
committee.
he's really interrupting everyone and changing the agenda without the chair knowing, or the deputy chair. Thank you.
I'm afraid time has run out now, so we are going to move on. Thank you all very much.
We're now on to item 10, which is the local council tax support scheme.
Okay, we're now on to item 10, which is the local council tax support scheme.
Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the council tax support scheme for 25-26. Purpose is to seek approval council approval to adopt the proposed scheme and recommend. The recommendation is the council supports the council tax support scheme for next financial year. We're required to do this every year, but we haven't really been doing it, but we will do from now on. And it's important. There is a national council tax support scheme for pensioners. This doesn't affect them. It's only people of working age, and the cost of this scheme is met by this council. I have to say, the scheme that we have, the current scheme, it is actually considerably more generous than most other councils in the country. in the sense that it is possible to get 100% council tax relief. I was asked earlier in the year to give a steer whether or not, as a matter of principle, that everyone should make even a small contribution and abolish the 100% relief, but I decided not to do that because I don't think that would be right to do in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We have always broadly continued to mirror the previous council tax benefit scheme. The history of this is it used to be a national scheme up until about, I think, 2012. Then the responsibility was passed down to local councils, and it was up to us whether or not we wanted to mirror what was being the previous national scheme, and we decided to do it, and we've managed to do it for 11 years now. I propose in this proposal, that we still provide up to 100% support for those most vulnerable residents, so nothing will change. The only changes that you're going to see here is there's an update scheme to align. We need to update the scheme to align with legislative changes expected in the new year. So that's just a technical adjustment. We also haven't put in the Armed Forces Compensation Lump Sum Payment, what's disregarded as capital for a 52-week period. That sounds a bit of a mouthful, but we had a Conservative motion some time back asking for this to be included for housing benefit. We've also put it into the council tax support scheme. So that aligns the scheme. That means that a civilian who gets compensation for injury, any payment they get is disregarded for a year, so they can find time to, if they want to put that money aside or use it to fund any necessities they might have as a result of their injury. That never applied to veterans. That does apply now. We've brought the scheme, we've changed the scheme to include that. And we've done that to just take into account the motion that this council passed. I think it was last September, but I'm not entirely sure. So in a sense, overall, other than that small change to do with veterans, everything else stays the same, and we will continue it for another year, and we'll continue to review this. We have to review it every year, so you'll probably hear me blab on about it this time next year as well. But in essence, I was asked a question about this at the budget overview and scrutiny. Were we continuing with the scheme? Was it in the budget? So I did confirm then, yes, it is in the budget. So as regards anybody who receives this benefit now, it will continue, so there's no need to worry. That's essentially it. So I would recommend the council votes for this.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hilton, thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Thank you. There are no amendments, so we now move on to debate. Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Declan, for running through that. Much appreciated. And congratulations and well done to, I think, Andrew Lewis and Andrew Gravells that brought through the Conservative amendment for the Armed Forces discount. So that's amazing. Really, really well deserved. There was another motion that was unanimously approved by Council. It's for care leavers. I believe up to the age of 25 for a discounted rate. And that was agreed last year. Fantastic motion. And it's about people that have left care and getting discount for council tax on the basis that they might need they're under supported living potentially. They're with their parents that could potentially help them sort of get the money in their bank and increase their chances of being able to afford council tax and start an equal life to those that have got parents in the house, to those that might not even have parents and live in care. It's really sad to see that amazing motion, I think that's brought by us independents, just to say that, isn't in there. It's not in there. And that is unanimously passed by council. Hence the reason I called this paper over for discussion. Why have we left care leavers out? It's not right. They should be included. We all voted on it unanimously. No one even questioned it. And everyone spoke about how important, how good it was. How could you miss that out? That's probably one of the most important things in this budget to support those that are most vulnerable. And you don't even have it in here. It was unanimously passed. Does this council not count for anything? Is it all smoke and mirrors? Is it really no democracy? Because it was voted on in this council and it's not in here. These are probably the most important people in our community that we have to support. Those that are vulnerable, those that are at risk, and those that need safeguarding. And there's corporate safeguarders, which we all voted on as well, another amendment by us, to ensure that care leavers had that right provision. This still isn't included, and it's so, so disappointing that you failed to include those in our city that are most vulnerable. It's not sad, it's really, really disappointing, really, really disappointing. And like Councillor Pullen said, you have no heart in Gloucester, you've taken it out. Corporate strategy, putting the heart in. You missed the biggest part of that heart. So please get the heart back into Gloucester. Remember those that are most important.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Any other debate? Any other hands? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
I don't know whether before I have anything on debate, could I just clarify with the Cabinet member if that has definitely been excluded, or if care leavers up to the age of 25 do receive a discount, support? And then if not, then I'll ask my question. I have something to say if it isn't the case, but I won't. If it is the case, and they are, I can't get that. No. So I can't get clarification on whether. Okay, let me just say then, if that has been missed out and it's not in there, then I also find that terrible, considering adults up to the age of 25, their brain doesn't finish developing until they're 25. Going through the care system causes huge amounts of trauma, makes it very difficult for care leavers. They at such a disadvantage in money management, where they live, etc. However, if it is been included, then I'm glad it's included, but if it's not, please include it.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Any other debate, please? Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, like my colleagues, I'd be horrified if it wasn't included. It's something that this council has voted on unanimously. You know, some of these care leavers are the most vulnerable in our city and in society, and we should be making sure that we give them that support and leg up that they need to go on and make success of their futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Any further debate? Councillor Hilton, would you like to speak now? Okay. Councillor Wilson, would you like to sum up, please?
Okay, thank you for that point. This is essentially the same policy that this council's had for 11 years. We've really just updated it. But as regards care leavers, it's on our website, care leavers. You may be eligible if you're under 25 and paying council tax or living with someone who does. Do I qualify? To qualify, you must be under 25 years old and a care leaver, named on the council tax bill, a Gloucestershire County Council former relevant child, confirmed by Gloucestershire 1125 permanency scheme. A care leaver will no longer qualify for a discount from the date of the 25th birthday, or if the council policy is reversed. So it is already in there. As I said, this is the same policy that we've had. The only changes that we brought it up to date, and we've taken into account the Conservative motion from late last year. So I would urge everyone to support this. Care leavers are covered by it. So on that basis, I would ask everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We're going to move to a vote now. So all those in favour? Okay, thank you. Anyone against?
One against?
Any abstentions?
That's carried.
That is carried. Thank you. So we now move on to constitutional changes, item 11, contract rules. So it's Councillor Hilton, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is to do with the Procurement Act of 2023, which comes into effect on the 24th of February this year. It's to do with the United Kingdom leaving the European Union, something that I was opposed at the time. Brexit's the biggest disaster that we've had in this country. But these contract rules were approved by the former Conservative government, and the new government is pushing it on forward. We had a good, thorough discussion about the changes. Most of these are technical ones. You can see them on the pages coming on, and we had a good discussion about it, and it was approved unanimously by the committee. From memory, I don't think anybody objected to it.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Wilson, thank you very much. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, thank you. No amendments, so we go on to debate. Would anyone like to start the debate? Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
I call this document in because if you turn to page 68, item 3.2, it states that the new contract procurement rules state that every cost now has to be inclusive of VAT rather than the figures before, which have to be plus VAT. So it has to include the 20%. So if you turn to page 71, you can see there's been strike-throughs of the new amendments that have been incorrectly crossed out. So you can see the tracked document that shows previous wording. And if you turn to page 71, item 4.2.11, there's mistakes with the document. You can see that is such the case. So I think the document really has to be tidied up. The mismanagement of the wording and the inclusive of VAT has to be up to current legislation. So it's got to clearly show the VAT as documented in the report as inclusive. And however, the track change which shows it is including the VAT is actually stripped through to show it's the old wording show. And there is a couple of those errors throughout the document. Not only that, there's a really important part here about quotes and VAT tenders of the value of £30,000 including VAT have to go through stringent conditions to make sure that they're fair. So, for example, if I was tendering for a project as a contractor, there has to be sort of 3 tenders and they have to be assessed and then they have to be rubber stamped by one legal in Tewkesbury. I've actually called in to council. I'm not going to mention any names, but there has been a call in of a tender that I got through Freedom of Information that, in my opinion, I don't think has followed the due process of the old constitutional legislation of the Government Act 1999, which stipulates that you have to get 3 tenders for a project, and over a certain value, which it used to be was 25,000 plus VAT, has to be signed off by a solicitor, stamped and sealed, and then kept in the Tewkesbury offices. This has not been the case before. I've got an investigation that I've done for internal audit, and I need assurances from this council going forward that paperwork that's very important, legislation paperwork's drawn up correctly and the strike-throughs aren't on the wrong paperwork, which makes it incorrect. And not only that, but going forward, you're going to give us the assurances and accountability, which I hope you do in your next answer, that every tender will follow this due process and will be fair and competitive to give everyone the equal opportunities of winning a city council tender. And there's no favourism through friends or family to obtain tenders to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, I was part of the committee when we debated this at general purposes. And one of the intentions of this procurement changes in the legislation was to make it easier and a smoother process for small and medium enterprises within our city, but anywhere, to be able to bid for council contracts, which I think we all believe in buying local and supporting our local communities and our local economies. So I think that's a very good intention of this, the changes in this legislation. But one of the things I answered to ensure that the intention of the Act is being carried out is that possibly quarterly or however, maybe the audit and governance, or whether it comes to council or not, Some of it may be commercially sensitive, but that we look at contract monitoring in some form to ensure that maybe there is improvements in small and medium businesses gaining contracts. So that would be really good if some committee or the full council get oversight of how the contracts are issued and that the intentions are being done. The other thing that I mentioned in that group, in that committee, was that there's a section on our website on procurement cards that was severely out of date. So I asked that that be looked into. So I just hope that those things are being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Do we have any other debate? Councillor Jones.
I'd just like to add to what Councillor Chambers has just said, Stephanie Chambers has just said about where it's got the word, you've removed the word economically and you put advantageous tender, you've got price costs, best price quality ratio. Local, ethical, B kind of corporations should be incorporated into that, so local, ethical and B Corp. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Any other debate?
Councillor Wilson to speak.
Does Councillor Wilson wish to speak? Oh, okay.
Yeah, can I just say that there was a full and a detailed discussion. A number of questions were asked. The thing about the VAT being put on it, being inclusive rather than exclusive, is part of the legislation, I understand. And I do take umbrage or a lot of annoyance at Councillor Alistair Chambers to suggest that this council under our leadership would award any contract because they were friends or favours or anything like that. Everything we do is above board, which is one of the reasons why we've had some problems issuing tenders, because we're doing the job properly this time round. Can I say that the authority be delegated to the Section 151 officer in consultation with the Director of One Legal to make any necessary changes to the contract rules, including any changes required to ensure compliance with subsequent government guidance, policy, updated or secondary legislation. That would mean any technical errors. If there is a missing inclusive VAT somewhere in it when it's printed off, then those things can be changed, and we'll make sure that there's no technical errors. You often get that with a big document, particularly when you're changing everything. But this needs to be approved. It was approved by the General Purposes Committee. The new legislation comes in effect on the 24th of February. It's the last council before that. And the issue is that any contracts that are happening now or started now are under the old legislation. It's only contracts where we go out to tender from the 24th of February that we need to comply with the new government legislation. So this is about complying with the government's legislation, legislation that was passed by the previous Conservative government as well, and it's supported by the current Labour government to get this done and dusted. So I hope that Council will be happy to vote for the recommendations that are on the order paper.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. We're now going to move to the vote. All in favour? Any against? Oh, sorry, was that enough time? Sorry,
Right, yes,
I do beg your pardon. Yeah. Any against? Any abstentions?
Okay, that's carried.
Okay, that is carried. Thank you all very much.
You have to read that.
Well, we now move on to item 14, which is committee appointments. I would like to invite any nominations for the vacant position of Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, please. Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Victoria Miller.
Do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Lewis, thank you. Are there any other nominations? Therefore, that is passed. Congratulations, Councillor Miller.
We don't need to see.
We now need to seek nominations for the Vice Chair of Audit and Governance. No nominations.
Need some.
Oh, Councillor Trunell. Okay. Any nominations at all for Vice Chair? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I nominate Councillor Andrew Lewis.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Is he on the committee?
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Patel. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for Vice Chair of Audit and Governance? Doesn't seem to be any other hands. So, Councillor Lewis, you are now Vice Chair of Audit and Governance. Many congratulations. How are people feeling? We're quite a long way into things, but would you like to have a little break? Yes. Let's have a 10-minute break. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all suitably refreshed. So now we're moving on to motions from members. So we're going to the first of our motions, and it is proposed by Councillor Lewis and seconded by Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We're just sorting out something I don't quite know what, but there we go. All right. I have to say, this government at the moment is coming out with some blinders, aren't they? Started with, well, we'd had the last council was the farming one, which obviously don't understand farming at all. And then it was the poor old ladies and gentlemen getting cold in the winter, which it might not really came to fruition, but it frightened them and it didn't need to be done. And then this one, which is the bus fares going up by 50% on the lower end. Now, if you're, say, coming from Tuffley, Madam Mayor, wonderful area of town, by the way, into town to work or whatever, it's 50% extra. Well, that's 400 quid a year if you're going in and out 5 days a week, 48, well, say 46, 47 weeks of the year. Now, who's that really affecting? It's affecting the less well off, people who don't drive, and it's actually stopping people from doing, I can't remember for the environment's job with getting people out of cars and onto buses. It's just negative, negative, negative. And I just thought I'd bring this because it's daft. And even you say it doesn't affect OAPs, well, they've got a card, but they can't use that until after 9:30. If they got a doctor's appointment or a hospital appointment at 9 o'clock, they got to get the bus, it's costing them again. It's not fair, to be perfectly honest. And like I said, when we're trying to get people out of cars, onto buses, and they go and do this. I mean, the history of it was, we started it in, Conservative government started it. And then in 2023, 31st October, that's when it's supposed to finish. But then we carried it on. £2 a time, thank you very much. It was going to be reviewed and possibly go up to £2.50. Now we're being told it's gone up to £3. I'm sure Terry will come out with some wonderful arguments and whatever, or somebody will anyway in a minute. But I just think it's giving such a bad impression that we don't care. Now, I know that the Liberals have brought an amendment, and I'm not going to disagree with it, because it basically the facts are just the same. So I will be accepting that, trying to get things through a bit quicker because I'm getting hungry now. But I find it very, very disappointing of a government that came in on such a wave of optimism from their point of view, and it's all gone as a shambles, to be perfectly honest. From being very, very popular to suddenly right down in the depths, because they're doing things that are affecting the vulnerable, the hard up, and people are not understanding the ethics of various bits and bobs. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Pure and simple. And I'm not going to say any more because I think it just speaks for itself. It's just wrong, wrong, wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
I reserve the right, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have an amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Field, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't speak very long because obviously the Conservative group have indicated their acceptance of our amendment, so that's very gratifying. Andy's absolutely right. You know, it does make my job particularly harder if you are increasing the fares for bus users. So we're bringing this amendment really just to make this motion slightly less catastrophic, you know, in its language, and more conditional. We need to see how it's going to impact us locally. It is a good motion. In the Climate Change Committee's 6th carbon budget, the requirement in that was for 9 to 12% of trips to be made by buses by 2030, and then increasing that to 17 to 24% of trips by 2050. So this removal of the bus fare cap actually damages our climate change agenda and our decarbonisation agenda. So it's deeply concerning, and the Liberal Democrats are opposed to this nationally, and we are locally as well. Regular commuters, who don't own cars, they've got no choice. They have to get the bus. And yes, you can do deals on if you've got a smartphone, you can get 5 tickets for a discount. You can buy a week's pass, but it's not the same thing. We're talking about increases on the poorest in society and those who are least able to bear this burden. So that's why we brought this amendment. But we're happy with the spirit of the bill, of the motion, and we're in sympathy with your motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hilton, thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll wait until Terry speaks.
Okay,
I'm interested
thank
in
you.
what he has to say.
Thank you very much. The amendment is accepted by Councillor Lewis. So now we move on to debate on the amended motion. Who would like to start the debate? Any hands going up?
It's a hard job, isn't it? Councillor Fuller.
Councillor Pullen, please. Thank you.
A couple of things. First of all, I'm intrigued at the novelty and almost the hypocrisy of Conservatives standing up for the vulnerable and the hard up. Well, there's a first. So, I'm also intrigued as to why we're even discussing this here. With the greatest respect, buses is nothing to do with the City Council. Why are we wasting time discussing it? Why are we wasting time asking for a letter to be written to the Secretary of State to come back to the Leader of the Council about something he can do nothing about? Seems a bit crazy to me. There are councillors in the room who are county councillors, and it's surely their role to take the issue up with the county council, who are the providers. Anyway, let's just put some facts in place about this bus fare cap scheme. The bus fare cap scheme had come to an end. The funding had expired. The Conservative government had no idea how they would fund it going forward. The Labour government have decided to extend the scheme. Without that, there would not have been a scheme had the Labour government not have found the money, and bus passengers would now be paying full price, not £3, whatever the price is. The reason they've had to put that up is to keep in line with fiscal issues within the government. What can we afford? So the cap is still in place. The Labour government have also passed a bill recently to give local councillors greater control of bus services. But not this council, county councils, greater control of bus services. That is the bill that's been put forward. That will enable councils, county councils, to do that. So, actually, then it is up for county councillors to deal with that. I'm just minded as well of an issue of a Tory councillor out in Stroud that raised a bus issue, concern about people in rural areas who couldn't get a bus. He said, well, that's their problem. If you can't get a bus where you live, you should move to a place where there is one. That's how much the Conservatives understand about buses.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Is there any other debate? Councillor Lewis?
Sorry, no, not yet.
Any further debate?
Councillor Hilton first, and then...
Councillor Hilton, please. Thank you.
We ought to be aware that the original draft of this motion probably came from the Conservatives Councillors Association. And it hasn't been thought through properly and hasn't been amended. It's a bit like the one that's coming in later from Alistair as well. It's the key responsible authority for dealing with public transport is Gloucestershire County Council. Most of the services that are provided in the City of Gloucester are commercial services that are registered with the traffic commissioners, and there's no public subsidy. The ones that do come into Gloucester that are subsidised are ones that probably come on infrequent, and they come in from villages far and wide in the county. So that's the first thing. And you know, the Conservatives at Shire Hall are responsible for commissioning those subsidised services, and they quite clearly could do better. Because some people can't catch a bus, and certainly some kids can't catch a bus to go to school, and that was the point of the argument that just been referred to. That's why we amended it, because it you know, it's for me to write to Philip Robinson and just say do better on the buses, and he'll talk to me in the corridor, I've no doubt about it, and also write to the two MPs that represent the city. There is a level of embarrassment that the Labour Party feel on this, because they move motions at this council on the cost of living crisis. They grandstand about how wicked it is that anything goes up, and then their own government slaps an increase from £2 to £3 on the minimum bus fare. And I think Terry did quite a good job. I'll give him 9 out of 10. If I say defending the indefensible, it was interesting to watch his body language as he was doing that. But I think we should move and support this motion as it's amended, Madam Mayor, because I think it's important that we do provide that correspondence to the two city MPs who have more ability to argue about bus fares in Parliament, and for the concessionary schemes that the government has. I must say, I'll thank Gordon Brown for finally starting it off years ago when he introduced the concessionary bus fares. You didn't know I was that old, but I've got one, and I do use it, particularly if I'm going to Cheltenham, which is very infrequently, because it's easier to get there on a bus than it is to take the car and find somewhere to park. Unfortunately, I live close to in the city centre that I can walk most places. But I hope everybody will support the amended motion. Even the Labour group, go on, be brave.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Councillor Jones next.
Councillor Jones next, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say, having come off my bike the other week, I know all about the buses in Gloucester in the last 2 weeks, and I've been well informed by some other colleagues around the table and elsewhere in the auditorium today. One stop, £2.10. Within Gloucester or Stroud or Cheltenham, £2.80. Between Cheltenham and Gloucester or Gloucester and Stroud, it's about £3. That's the single fare. When we talk about going from, it's not a doubling, it's 40%, you know, to £2.80 from, you know, £2.80 over 40 or 40 over 100 is 40% by my maths. Do you not work with your fellow Tory county councillors when we're talking about buses? So we're talking about buses and we're talking about Tory councillors working with city councillors. That would be a good thing as well, I do believe. The investments in the bus service is an amazing service. It's a great service. The Stagecoach app is amazing. Real-time information, usually in Tory wards before the last election. Funnily enough, in Grange, they have real-time information, but they don't have it in Tuffley, in the ward in which I live in, personally. What else? In areas of, say, Liverpool, where my dad is disabled, there's free transport to use the buses before 9:30. People in the room, it's great that Councillor Hilton mentions he's got his bus pass. It's really great to use buses. we talk about using the buses. Do we actually use the service? It's value for money, real-time information. Stagecoach update their app so you can go out seamlessly, give yourself 5 minutes to stop at the bus stop, the bus turns up. That's my experience in the last 2 weeks. Joined up of transport and buses together, devolution of the transport system, bringing it all in-house. Number 8 bus picks you up outside, right outside the mess room at the rail station in Gloucester and goes to Abbeydale. Excellent service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is it
Councillor James de Boos next.
Councillor Chambers de Bus next, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reading in the motion, there is the bit about the negative impact on elderly people who do not drive but need to access the service before 9:30. I'd just like to say, in a lot of places, elderly people and people with a disability bus pass do not have to pay before 9:30. That is an active decision made by the county council, which is Tory run. They are in charge of the bus system round here. They could make the decision to fund that. So, yeah, that is not something really that you can start slinging back at people. It is an active decision of the county council to make those people pay. Other authorities do not make that happen. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marshall next, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to lead on to what Councillor Jones has said regarding when there's election, the Conservatives magically make things better for the bus services. Because 10 years ago, I was campaigning to bring back a late night service in the area that I lived in. And magically, after the election, the bus service was back. But it's just things like that. But things have improved. But I do believe that they can only get better, in the words of Dream, obviously. That's a bit of a Labour thing, isn't it? But I think in the future, under mayoral authority, we could see real big improvements. So, like, look at London, £1.85 for a single fare. You could go from Hammersmith or somewhere to, like, Twickenham easily. You know, in Manchester, we've got Andy Burnham's great, transport service there. So we can see positive changes in the future. And, there is also a lot of funding going into the county council as well. So this is just a really, really stupid motion, and I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Labour promised change. Vote for change, they said. We're going to change your lives. Unfortunately, it's changed for the worse, I'm afraid. They promised the electorate. They conned the electorate with all these false promises. Don't forget, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and we have been for some time. And now we've had the Labour government come in. They scrapped the winter fuel allowance for pensioners, £400, gone. Now bus prices from £2 topping up to £3. That's a big increase for people, especially residents and constituents in deprived areas such as mine. And they will have to think about whether they do use buses, or whether they walk, or whether they bike it, or whether they don't go to work at all because it's not going to be cost effective for them anymore. It is really, really sad to see this by the Labour government. Let's not forget school children as well. And you mentioned, Councillor Pullen mentioned about a county councillor from Stroud who commented about buses in an environment scrutiny meeting a few weeks back. But let's not forget that the opinion of one councillor does not represent the whole Conservative Party, or all Conservative councillors, or all Conservative supporters. This is another case where Labour is sadly pinching money from the working people, so to speak, and attacking the most deprived in our city. And finally, I just think I would like to add that I think Councillor Hilton should make good use of his bus pass, because it may not be too long before Labour scrap that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor James next, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reiterate a couple of points here, in that this is a scheme that would have come to an end in January, despite inheriting the worst financial situation of any government then, you know, the Labour Party managed to find the money to maintain it, albeit with a slight increase. And I have to say, Councillor Lewis mentioned previous motions about the inheritance tax changes and the winter fuel allowance changes. I'm a little tired of political posturing when motions are brought to this council over which this council has no control. And I think we should bear that in mind for all groups when we put forward motions in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Any other debate? Councillor Stephanie Chambers then. Thank you.
Oh, she was still on the phone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully I'm not going to say anything you were going to say, Andy. Yeah, it was a little bit sad to hear some of the criticism of this motion, because this motion has not just been thought up out of the air. This is from discussions with residents, particularly between residents that, you know, use the buses in our area. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to represent the residents' views. So to call them stupid, the motion stupid, I think was quite unfair, really, because it is a matter on the mind of our residents in Gloucester that certainly that I've spoke to and had contact with. So another thing was, in comparing London or Manchester, they are huge metropolitan cities, and definitely London. Haven't been to Manchester recently. However, they have their setups and they have the uptake of their bus services. So when you have more uptake, you have more investment, and then everybody can use and the service gets better. We don't yet have that in Gloucester because we don't have the uptake. And all I can think is the more the prices rise, the less uptake we're going to have and the less improvement we're going to see in our bus service. So it has a contra effect on what we're all trying to do within the green agenda. And generally, I like taking the bus. It's something I enjoy. You can have a few minutes to yourself. You're not driving. You can have a few minutes to think or look at some papers. You're not driving, so you can carry on thinking about what you're doing for the day. However, when I've tried to do this with my family, so let's go and get the bus today, it just costs too much. It's much cheaper to drive and park. So I don't think the prices should be increased. And that's all I have to say, just in case Andy has something else to say.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Lewis, to sum up now, please.
Oh, sum up.
Missed something else.
You missed something out? Oh dear, that's a
The
shame.
Robins, the county council.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it isn't a city council function. I know that. I'm not daft. Like, this is my first rodeo. But isn't it our place as councillors to lobby and to get the work done? And if we go behind closed doors and do it, then you'll be moaning about that. I'm sorry, no, this brought it out into the open air, brought it to the attention of the people. Carmelo, if he's out there, will probably report on it and all the rest of it. So, and to call it stupid was actually offensive. We're on about people being nice to each other and all the rest of it. Now, I don't really go around calling people stupid. I'm one of the friendliest people you'll ever meet. So don't start that lark with me, because I can bite if need be. All right, so this is now going to be, yeah. I think I'm annoyed because I've been put on audit, but there we go. This is well-intentioned for a bit of lobbying and to bring to the attention of the public that this is actually happening. It's not our purview. Yes, I understand that. That's why I accepted the motion to actually write and lobby the county council to do something about it. So hopefully everybody will accept this in the way it was intended. All right, that's all I'm asking for. So I will leave it at that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. So we are now going to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour? Anyone against? And any abstentions? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you. So we now move on to Our second motion, which is proposed by Councillor James and seconded by Councillor Jones. Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is on the community right to buy. So Gloucester's a city, as we all know, with many diverse and vibrant communities. We've got a population of over 130,000, so we're a small city, but we're welcoming. Around 90% of Gloucester residents speak English as their first language, but there are a mix of over 65 other different languages being spoken on our streets. So we're a wonderful and eclectic mix of people and nationalities. And those people and nationalities form communities for various reasons. Probably most importantly among them is a sense of shared identity or belonging. An understanding that we've come from the same place, we've found ourselves in the same place, and our journeys reflect those of people around us. People naturally gravitate towards those they feel comfortable among, who look like them, speak the language, and have the same beliefs and customs. These communities are the bedrock of our city and the building blocks on which Gloucester is built. Successful cities build on these communities with groups that transcend these initial boundaries of race, religion, or colour. A shared interest or purpose binds people from different backgrounds together. A fondness for the movies, for bird watching or playing dominoes, a Thursday afternoon bingo session or a Tuesday night youth club can foster friendship and understanding within different communities across our city. Shared interests bring people together across age and cultural boundaries, across communities and religions, taking parts of communities, melding them with others, and bringing a new layer of cohesion and community understanding to the city. But what is essential for these communities to thrive in any form are shared spaces, community centres, parks, allotments and playgrounds. After 14 years of Tory government, these are the places that are suffering, places that have closed down. Lack of funding means they've been neglected, they're crumbling, playground equipment is poorly maintained. If people have nowhere to congregate, then they have nowhere to come together, to meet and to get to know each other and form those bonds that bind their communities together. And these community assets fulfil more than one purpose. Libraries are not just for borrowing books, they can help people access IT and they can provide information and advice centres. Allotments aren't just for growing food, they can provide land for leisure pursuits such as pigeon racing. Youth clubs don't just cater for young people. During the day, they can double as playgroups or pantries. The list is endless, bound only by the imagination of those that are able to access and use them. If you look around the ward where you live, you'll no doubt see great examples of the type of multiple use of spaces that I'm highlighting. A dance class in a community centre hall while the parish council meeting takes place in the committee room next door, or a pantry in a sports hall that's used for cricket or football at evenings and weekends. This new legislation from the Labour government introduces a community right to buy, giving communities a first right of refusal when valued community assets are available, and crucially before they go to the open market. In practice, this means that it's local community groups, rather than multi-million-pound companies, that get the first chance in owning and operating the assets that matter most to them. Ultimately, this policy will help people maintain the building blocks on which the foundations of strong communities sit. It will empower people to believe that they can make a difference to their areas without having to be financially rich or having the ability to wade through acres of bureaucratic paperwork. So, by identifying these local community assets, we'll be creating a register of important buildings and locations that could become available for community purchase in the future. We'll be showing the local communities that we know and care about what goes on in their areas and that we want to help them safeguard them for the future. Keeping an ongoing register of community assets will be creating an important historical document for future generations. Stronger communities provide a network of social support that is essential for individual well-being. Stronger communities have tidier streets, they have well-maintained houses, they have playgrounds and parks that are used and not abused. People living in these communities are better equipped for life in general. They are better parents, more able to support their children in school and education. They're more likely to be in work and contribute to the local economy. More importantly, people living in strong communities live happier, healthier and longer lives. Gloucester needs to support the vibrant communities that it has and empower them to take control of the buildings and localities that matter most to them. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Perfectly timed as well. Councillor Jones, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll reserve the right, Madam Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. We have two amendments. The first one is from the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, actually, I think it's worth saying that this is actually something that this council is responsible for. So that's quite a refreshing change. I should say that I very much welcome these proposals. I think it's something that we can all embrace and support. It'll be interesting actually to see what form, at the minute it's just proposals as far as I know. So we don't know yet the form of the strengthening of the powers and opportunities that local communities will end up having, although I think they've already flagged up that the right to buy period will be extended from 6 months to 12, which I think is a good thing. The reason for the amendment is that it's just the way that it is worded seems to assume that we, the council, decide what are the assets of community value are, and then we then promote them to the community. I think from what I can see of the proposals as they're laid out, what should be happening is it's the local community should be deciding, and then they should be coming to us, and then we will help them work through the process and to acquire those assets. Because to even get to the status of a community asset needs 21 people from the local electoral register to register their support. So therefore, we can't sort of turn around and say, these are now officially assets of community use. It has to come from the community themselves. So it's more bottom up rather than top down. So I would hope that this amendment is acceptable. And so just going through the amendment itself, that's why I've taken out the first recommendation, and I tried to strengthen the second one. So we encourage and help community groups to identify the premises and resources for potential community ownership. And then the second point, the new second point, is just a bit of tidying up. So I just want to emphasize that we very much support these proposals. I think by emphasizing the fact it's the community themselves who come to us and with the proposal, and then we help them get the signatures, and that would sort of work better and be more in the spirit of the legislation. Other than that, I think we're going to make another point, but I've forgotten it. So the other point I should make is we do keep a register of all our assets on our website. So that is possible then to have a look and see if there's anything that might be possibly considered to be a community asset of the future. So I think I would hope that these amendments makes it stronger, and I would hope that it would be our intention to work with local communities and encouraging them to come forward and identify and see that we can help them. Because I think also that it doesn't necessarily even have to be council assets to be put on the list, so it could be assets from any other body. Of course, the seller doesn't have to sell, but we shouldn't be just thinking in terms of what assets that we have, but any others that might be decaying or useful to local communities. So I would hope that the Labour group would accept this amendment in the spirit that it's made. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Yes, Councillor Vidal. Okay, thank you very much. Do you wish to speak now or
I'll reserve the right.
Reserve the right. Okay, thank you. Councillor James, is the amendment accepted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to graciously accept the amendment.
Thank you very much. We're now going to consider the second amendment, which is from the Conservative group. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, this was just another addition just to ensure that the council work with the community groups to assist them and do some due diligence with that group to make sure they understand exactly what's involved. Is there any reasons why there may be a problem? Do they need more support, etc.? So just some due diligence regime to check that that's appropriate and it's going to be long lasting and a successful community transfer. And I think it's very similar along the lines of the policy we brought in June 23. So thank you for bringing this, and I hope you accept the amendment in the faith it is, just to work with them and check that they're a good enough, not good enough, but appropriate, and they have everything ready to take on the asset to ensure it goes well.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis, thank you. You would like to speak now. Please go ahead. Thank you.
So I think this is going down the one route of accepting it. I think it's a cracking motion, really good. And I like your community emphasis and all the rest of it, but I like ours to make sure that the community, once it starts, it needs to keep going. You know, because you usually find with some of these things that one or two people want to do it, and they do it for about 5 years, and then they die, move, whatever. And we need to have people backing up. So the due diligence will not guarantee that that will happen, not happen, but it will be. Once it's up and running, it'll probably attract people, which is great. And I think, you know, we've got some good examples down in Credley. Well, I do mean knit and natter and all the rest of it. So, you know, it's a community-based thing, but it's at Tesco's. Is that a community asset? Possibly, but we don't have to pay for that one. It's quite good. But, you know, or in Kingsway or the community centre, these places are there, they're community assets, and if they want to buy them or run them or do whatever they want, I think it's a wonderful job. And thank you very much, Karen, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis.
Amendment accepted.
Councillor James, is that amendment accepted?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The amendment's accepted.
Thank you.
So we now move on to debate on the amended motion.
So we'll now move on to debate on the amended motion.
Councillor Alistair Chambers was first.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, please. Thank you.
I'm struggling to understand why Labour are classing this as their change in legislation. If you go onto the government website, .gov, you type in community ownership, it's actually on round 2. Round 1 started, and it says, Ministry forward, levelling up is about big, ambitious shift in investment and powers to reverse persistent geographical inequalities and unleash opportunity in underlooked, overvalued prices across the United Kingdom. So this is the fund, and it's 150 million. When this was started, it was actually under the Conservative government in 2021, and that was round 1. This is actually round 2. So I think you guys should have a look, because you've literally just carried on the levelling up package, and it's actually on the .gov website. And if you go here, I don't know if you can see it, fund round 2, 2024, updated December 23. So this is just a Conservative motion. It's just a complete waste of time. It's national policy. I don't even know why you're debating it. It was already done set by the Conservatives. It's all on there. I'll send you all the link after to all councillors. Oh, I can't send it to all councillors because for some reason we've been restricted where we can't copy in all councillors. So don't worry, rest assured, I will individually put all your names in and send you the link to show you that this is a complete waste of time. It's a Conservative motion, not Labour. They've just stuck a little rose on it because the other motions they put through, keeping our elderly in the cold, screwing over our bus passes.
Councillor Chambers, you need to moderate your language, please.
Stitching us up with the bus passes?
Please stay to the point of what we're discussing.
The point is why are we wasting all this time? It's already been done by the Conservatives. It's done in 2021, round 1. This is round 2. And guess what? The funding in 2021 was 150 million plus 7.1 million for Wales. So that's 157.1 million. 5 years later, they've only given 150 million. 5 years later, work out the cost of living, the increases in prices. That's actually probably about 20 million less. Yeah, so it's not really that good, really. They should have probably put in for about 100, 180, 200 million. Probably make it about level with the Conservatives. But it actually comes under the levelling up paper. And if you all remember, levelling up was the word, I think Boris Johnson, a really cool guy, brought out. Well, thank you very much. I know Terry's going to come back.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Marshall.
It's on the website. Google it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to say that my comment, stupid, was not meant to offend anyone, and I think we need to keep kindness and respect in the chamber. So I apologise if I did offend anyone. Just word slips out my mouth and I was a bit tired. But I think this is really important because we have so many empty buildings in the city. Colwell School, for example, is a hotspot in Barton and Treadworth. So much antisocial behaviour goes on, including, drugs and people vandalising and fly tipping. All sorts of things are going on there, and I'm constantly getting complaints from residents about the antisocial behaviour and having to report it to the police. Which is really frustrating, but it could be used for something so great for people. You've got the music centre next to it. You've got the Alfred City Works around the corner. Let's bring the community together and spend this money on something so important for the community. Because we've got some great stuff going on over in Matson. Why can't we bring stuff into all areas over the city as well? For those that are, that struggle with cost of living, for those that feel socially isolated, it's really important that this does go ahead, just to help and bring that sense of community back into all areas of the city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Chambers-Debus next, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to respectfully suggest that Councillor Chambers has got completely the wrong end of the stick here, because this is not about the money. This isn't about the government giving money. This is a totally different thing. This is about people having the right to buy things.
It did in 2021.
But we are not talking about the same scheme, Councillor Chambers. This is different. This is giving people the right to earmark things that then they can go on and raise funds for by whatever means necessary.
Councillor Chambers-Debus, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Councillor Chambers, would you like to retake your seats at the table, please?
No, you know what? I'm afraid I'm not bothered to. He can't be polite enough.
If you would address your comments to me, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, if he can't be polite enough, I'm pointing because you're just
right. We
right,
need
I'm
to
going home because it's fast when people like that get away with the things.
Please, Councillor Chambers-Debus, please stay.
I am.
Please stay.
In this council.
Please stay. I want to hear the rest of your point. Please stay.
I will tell you my point, and then I'm leaving.
Please, and address to me. Address to me. Thank you.
Okay. This is not about a big pot of funding. It's about the community being able to allocate and find the assets that they're interested in, so that when they come up for sale, they can raise the funds, like the community in Nymphsfield are currently doing with the Rose and Crown, to buy and to run those things. It has nothing to do with the funding. So Councillor Chambers has been very rude and has completely misinterpreted and got that wrong. Now, unfortunately, his behaviour and the behaviour of other people in this council is a joke, and I am going because I have other things to do rather than sit around and listen to rude people.
Please do stay, Councillor Chambers-Debus, and thank you for making your point so eloquently. Thank you. Please do stay. Councillor Pullen, it's your turn. Your turn next, I believe. But Councillor Chambers-Debus, please do stay.
No, I'm going.
We value your presence.
You don't value it, because if you valued it, something would be done about people like that.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, it is disrespectful to make a point during the debate and then leave the table. So I would like that noted. Thank you. everyone. We're going to pick up where we left off and continue with the debate on the motions, on the motion with the two amendments. Is there any further debate? Councillor Pullen was about to make a point. Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the recess, several people said to me, I just want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. We don't have to put up with this. It's not my words. Those are from people around this chamber. If several people are saying it, that is deeply, deeply worrying. Just on the point of Councillor Chambers, I assume that because you're not supporting this, you're not at all supportive of people in Matson securing premises and community assets.
Councillor Pullen,
for
could you
themselves.
Address your remarks to me?
I'm sorry,
Thank you so
Madam
much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Councillor
Patel.
Councillor Patel, next, please. Okay. Councillor Radley next, then. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is something that's actually really, really important because we all know, looking around our wards, that you need certain community assets to enable residents to take control and to organise and do the things that are important to them. If you don't have the right infrastructure, lots of things can't happen, which is why I'm very pleased with the two amendments because they encourage the conditions to make that happen. So I'm involved with a few community groups that are actually actively looking at this. And although I fully take the point that the motion is not intrinsically linked to where the money's coming from, it is a community right to bid, not a community right to sort out the complex nature of funding the work, which is why I think the amendments looking at help and support for those community groups is vital, because it is a very complex and challenging thing to manage a community asset and to do it right and to do it appropriately. And it's complicated to get the funding together to make that happen. So I think communities having the power to do the things that are important to them is absolutely vital, but we've got to actually look at the way we make that happen. And there's a lot of work that has to be done to make that happen. I've had very interesting chats with organisations like the Big Issue Investment Fund. They have things that they can invest in, but you've got to be able to make that case. So community groups need the help and the support to be able to communicate with the groups, to be able to find the money, to articulate their views and values. And so I hope that we will fully support this, because having the right things in the right places isn't just about the asset, it's about the capacity with the community to successfully manage it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radley. Is there any further debate? Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I do think this is a very good motion, as is the amendment, and it's something that I will be supporting. We should be doing our utmost for our communities and all the community groups and organisations that do some fantastic and incredible work right across the city. Just for a point of clarity, Madam Mayor, if I may, a colleague behind me mentioned the Colwell Centre in my ward. That has been a derelict eyesore for over 15 years, if not longer. It was once upon a time a county council asset that was sold on before my time as councillor, as it's not something that I would have allowed the county council to have disposed of. Nonetheless, that property is a privately owned property. It's a privately owned building, and therefore there's not a lot this council can do about that. I've had conversations with the owner of the building. I am aware of the planning application that has been submitted to convert that into residential, and that planning application, I may be wrong, but I believe it is still live at the moment. So to sort of suggest that asset could potentially be used for community use is not right, and we'll have to see what the outcomes are of that planning application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Is there any further debate? Councillor Jones, would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a great shame that we were going to reach a consensus as a group tonight, and that has been turned on its head in a brief moment. Anyway, I'll go back to what I was going to say. Assets of community value are the lifeblood of our communities, being embedded and engaging and empowering our grassroots to say in the use of local effects for local needs. Building on the Right to Bid Act 2011, part of the Cameron Osborne's Big Society on top of austerity, this failed communities at only 2% nationally have been converted by 2024. It's time to realise the transformational nature of a real sense of connection, not corporate or landlord greed, and a truly bottom-up first right to buy. Here's the evidence. Nationally, 6,300 assets of community value are registered at present, contributing £220 million to the UK economy per annum. In other words, £1.39 for every 10,000 gross value added. 7,000 more full-time equivalent jobs, 151,000 net added volunteer hours per week, and carbon savings. Let's put this into local context. We currently have an asset of community value in the heart of Gloucester, the new Olympus Theatre, or the Picture Dome, awaiting a decision on the eve of the Bonfire Night 2025. This potential phoenix has the past, present and future of Gods, or the Gloucester Operatic and Dramatic Society, awaiting in the Barton and Treadworth community to forge a new art, cultural and civic vision, building on its past. 10 years have passed and it remains empty, despite connections to patrons such as Andrew Lloyd Webber, Jeremy Irons and Simon Pegg. Let me read an extract from Simon Pegg's Ne'er Do Well. By 1968, John and Jill had married and moved into a bungalow in Churchdown, Gloucester, where they befriended Jill and Jackie Rendell, the couple who lived opposite. Jim and Jackie were members of a well-known local drama group called the Gloucester Operatic and Dramatic Society, or GODS, a far more austere abbreviation than their neighbour Cheltenham CODS, and infinitely preferable to the Stroud Operatic and Dramatic Society, who decided not to go with an acronym, SODS. As well as various smaller productions at their home theatre, aptly named Olympus, the GODS would mount an annual large-scale musical production which would be performed at the ABC Theatre on St Aldgate Street in Gloucester, some 5 or so doors down from the music shop my parents would buy a few years later. This particular production, to be formed in early 1969, amateur drama, requires a large, far lengthier rehearsal process than professional theatre, since the participants all have proper jobs, a bit like us on the council, or myself and a lot of other people here have other jobs. Was My Fair Lady. The GODS were an extremely respected organisation, and their annual production would inevitably play to sell out crowds and always make the front pages of local newspapers, the Gloucester Journal and the Citizen. The latter would eventually receive a nod in our cop comedy Hot Fuzz, renamed the Sanford Citizen for the film's fictional Gloucester village setting. This is the journey. In 1985, the GODS sold the King's Theatre building to Gloucester City Council and moved to the old Picture Dome in Barton Street, leaving behind an empty shell. At this point, it could have been converted to another use, but the Phoenix players and St Barnabas players, now the Crown players, approached the council and asked if they could refurbish the building as the theatre once more. The council agreed and money was raised by the two companies to achieve this, so King's rises from the ashes as the Olympus Theatre could too. Let's look at the research. Gloucester Heritage Strategy 2019 to 2029. Community ownership of building assets is often a basis for developing sustainable business models and enabling an innovation and entrepreneurial activity. Asset transfer policies should positively enable community ownership, especially where community products would deliver community and economic benefits in the area. The Arts Council view, becoming hubs supporting emerging artists and companies at local level and signposting them to funding and other development opportunities. And my story, I remember in the late noughties, my eldest daughter, Jo, performing ballet alongside one of my St Peter's High School students, Ellen, who took her under a wing, unbeknown to me. Having all our senses as parents engaged in the performance of the visuals of the Art Deco design, the performers, the smells, the venue, the taste of the refreshments, the touch and feel of the Drury Lane seats, and the oratory of the actors, and the accompanying music enlightened and enthralled the packed audience. Communities have a right to buy. Councillors support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor James, to sum up now then, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I thought there was a nice atmosphere of collaboration and cooperation breaking out there for a minute, and apologies that it's been spoilt, but I think everything that everybody's said, and thank you for your kind comments, I think this is a motion we can all get behind. So please do support this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. So now we vote on the motion as twice amended. All those in favour? That looks unanimous. No one against and no abstentions. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we're getting close to guillotine, but we will carry on. So we'll move on to our next motion. Councillor Alistair Chambers, do you feel well enough to continue?
Yes, thank you.
You feel okay?
Thank
You're not unwell? Or you're okay to continue? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight I've heard from members of the Labour Party, Liberal Party, not from the Conservatives, saying bring things that are city, don't bring things that are county, and Chambers is things county and it's nothing to do with city. Well, not being funny, if you're sat in this room and you think children in our city getting raped isn't our issue and isn't our problem, take it to county, then I don't care what you think about me, but you're 10 times worse than I'll ever be, because that is disgusting. To say that it's a county problem, why is Alistair bringing a county problem? Why is he bringing this? Why is he bringing a county problem? Well, children are being raped in our city. It's proven, it's known. Look at the stats. And if you want to sit here and not do anything and work in collab with the county council, shame on you. And do you know what? The biggest areas of rape are in council buildings and council flats nationally, going by the statistics on Office of National Statistics. And let's go through some cases. Rotherham, between 1917 and 2013, 1,400 children raped and abused. Authorities ignored and dismissed victims. That's what you guys are doing when you say it's a county problem. Exactly that. Rochdale Police Council, between 1990 and 2010, dozen girls exploited. Authorities dismissed victims, telling them, the victims, the rape victims, it's a lifestyle choice, rather than recognising abuse. Telford Council, abuse and attacks go back to 1980 with over 1,000 victims. Authorities failed to act on multiple reports. Victims were blamed. Oldham, council and police failed to protect vulnerable girls. Officials from the council overlooked evidence and failed to look into and investigate grooming acts. Manchester, 57 girls left without protection, 50 abusers in the gang. Authorities admitted to failing victims for years. Bradford, multiple reports of grooming ignored. Girls in council and care homes left unattended. Newcastle, it goes on, the list goes on, and you're here, sat here saying, not my problem. Well, do you know what? I'll tell you what is this problem. Buildings in a city that have been mentioned as such a great building, I'm going to say as a music establishment, I'm going to say where. I went there and raised concerns over gangs and potential grooming of young children exploited for drug dealing. I was told to go away, I'm old, I don't understand the music and the genre, it's just part of their music. I raised safety concerns of this group of children and worried about violence in their songs. Again, I was told at a critical safeguarding meeting that I was ridiculous and I was concerned and it's the genre and I'm too old for it. 6 months later, two of the same children that I raised went off and slaughtered a boy in our streets off Barton Street. I was asked to send that report to the Chief Investigating Officer, and now that trial's conducted, I can tell you about it. because it's in the public. And the judge made reference to angry and aggressive music as being one of the fundamental parts of the child's death. And police officers were undercover during that period afterwards, after the death and the murder was done. So yeah, it is a city problem. It's nothing to do with just county. Furthermore, a recent case in this country was, I'll round up really quickly, was the city council that failed to report and adjust on safeguarding issues. An elderly man had an 11-year-old girl and took her to his place of work and wheeled her around in a shopping cart, and this was raised to the city council. The man was looking after this child without permission of the children, the parents. The parents raised that they're deeply concerned with the safety of their 11-year-old child, but felt too intimidated to speak out. They confronted the man, but he acted aggressively. They raised concerns with the council, but were ignored. Other market stall holders also raised alarms, reporting the issue to the UK's City Council, even providing CCTV evidence to support their claims. Despite this overwhelming concern from parents, traders, market traders, public, this man continued to control this child. This isn't Bradford, this isn't Rotherham, this is Gloucester City Council's market, and there's CCTV to prove it. Declan's aware of it, I'm aware of it, and you will hear more about this. Children are getting abused in this council's premises, and you're saying it's a county problem only. It's not. That star trade has been removed, taken out, but it took me to email county, city, police, because it's a joint effort. And that was on this council's land. So you can sit there and moan about your weeding and moan about me sat at the back, but you know what? I'm actively going out and protecting children. Declan knows about this, and that child's taken out of that predator's hands because of me. Yeah, so carry on moaning about me sat at the back of the room.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. You're out of time. Thank you. And in fact, on the subject of time, we are at the guillotine point. So we now need to know if 2/3 of the assembled councillors wish to end the meeting. We can, or if we carry on, we only go on for 1 hour maximum.
So those in favour of closing the meeting?
Those in favour of closing the meeting.
Against closing the meeting?
Those against closing the meeting? There's not sufficient to close the meeting, so we will continue for 1 more hour maximum. Up to. So, Councillor Chambers, do you have a seconder for your motion, please? Thank you. Councillor Graham. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I just think this motion speaks for itself, to be honest. We all want our children safe in this community. And grooming gangs, paedophiles and sex offenders are not welcome. So,
Thank you, Councillor Graham. We have an amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Trimnell, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I would just like to thank Councillor Chambers for bringing this extremely important motion to Council. Of course, you say quite correctly that the key authority that deals with children's safeguarding is Gloucestershire County Council. But that said, you're absolutely right. It's everybody's duty to safeguard. Child exploitation is an area where many of us, for whatever reason, feel uncomfortable in talking about. But actually, we need to talk about it. And the reason for why we need to talk about it is simply to give those children who are experiencing it, or which many who possibly don't even realise, to be given the chance to be taken out of a life of exploitation. It may be for people in this room tonight and who are watching this council at home that talking about child exploitation can be extremely triggering. It can invoke feelings of vulnerability, power imbalances within relationships, shame, guilt, fear of judgment, and a sense of personal responsibility even if one is not directly involved, making it difficult to openly discuss the issue. But if we are uncomfortable, then think how hard it is for those children to speak out about such exploitation. I thought it'd be quite poignant to share the direct words of Pauline, a 15-year-old girl who was a victim of child sexual exploitation. I loved him. Well, that's what I thought at the time. He looked after me, bought me such nice things that I would never be able to get for myself. I was his princess, and he would always tell me that he needed me just as much as I needed him. Then he asked me to sleep with this man he knows because he owed him money. He told me he was going to be killed if he didn't pay up, and that it was me that had the power to save him. So I did it. That's when the problems really started. He would threaten to kill me and beat me up if I didn't sleep with who he said. I was so grateful that people around noticed something wasn't right. I wouldn't admit it at first. In fact, not for a long time. But with the right help and support, I realised that he didn't really love me and was just taking advantage of me. Thanks to my support workers, I'm now in a totally better place, and for the first time in a long time, feel like myself again. I've even started college and hoping to become a support worker one day so that I can help other children who went through what I did. It is these testimonies that we need to keep hearing. And then perhaps, just maybe, if our voices are loud and clear enough, that children will begin to speak out, and the hidden exploitation and abuse that could be happening at this very moment, here across our very own city, which Councillor Chambers correctly pointed out, will be exposed for the grotesque and devastating impact it has on innocent lives. Bringing perpetrators to justice and providing a pathway to recovery for the victim is paramount. I hope as a council we will not be silent to such abuse, but we will always speak out. I have amended this motion not to deflect away from the City Council's responsibilities, as we all have a role to play as individuals and as a council. But I do believe that the County Council is the lead authority with the resources needed to focus on this hidden issue and the safeguarding of our children in this city and across the county. I also commend the good work of the Gloucestershire Safeguarding Children Partnership and the Stronger Safe Gloucester Partnership. I hope, therefore, that as members of this council, you'll support this amendment in writing to Gloucestershire County Council to oversee the implementation of those objectives in the motion and report back to this council annually, reaffirming our commitment to working with others to protect children from exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Very movingly put. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hilton, do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Chambers, is the amendment accepted?
It's a very good amendment, but it's just a shame it's just a letter. Right? We've all heard, really quickly, we've all heard there's children being abused on council property, and really it should be a working partnership, not just a letter being sent. So unfortunately, Rebecca, I'd love to support it, but on that basis I can't. I want more. I don't still want to let it go.
Okay.
Oh, there's a problem, we deal with it. That's what it is, not happy with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chambers. We are now going to move on to debating on the amendment. Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand Councillor Chambers' refusal to the amendment. However, I was deeply moved by what Councillor Trimble said, and I think some really important points she made in discussing this is an important thing to do. And it, like she said, it can be triggering for some. However, if we keep these things in the shadows, they will stay there. I read a book once, and it was by Nazir Afar, and he was the chief prosecutor that started some of all the prosecutions off, and that was one of the main points he made. Quite an interesting read. He's not a fan of the Conservatives, but he was really good guy and good book. So I understand Councillor Alistair Chambers' point, because other than write a letter, this authority, one, we did all take corporate parenting training, so we have a responsibility as corporate parents. But we're the authority that is in charge of antisocial behaviour. Now, one thing that there's no argument in linking it is some children that are causing antisocial behaviour, there's a chance that they may be a victim of child exploitation, whether that's sexual exploitation or county lines exploitation. These things go hand in hand, and quite often now I'm glad the justice system is starting to look at some of these children causing antisocial behaviour as victims. So I'm pleased about that. We own temporary accommodation. We have children living in temporary accommodation, shared accommodation, walking down their corridors, sharing bathrooms. There is a risk. These people are living together, and there is a risk there. They're not vetted to a certain degree. There's some vetting, I think, and choices made of who should live where, but there's no actual proper vetting to say if there's teenagers, children living in the same properties as somebody that is going to try to exploit them in one way or another, whether that's financially, sexually, criminally. So, yeah. And then there's the other thing in housing, and I can only talk from the portfolio that I'm more familiar with, but there are times and things have happened where there may be an eviction and children are involved, or we may not be responsible to house them. And then that falls over to the county and the Children's Act to house them. So there's another responsibility there. And if there could be an issue that we need to be aware of there. And there was one other point I would like to make. Oh, obviously, rough sleeping. We deal with rough sleepers. We've just appointed a new provider. We've just appointed a new provider, and children living on the streets could highly possibly be exploited in the past and need help. So we do have a responsibility under this council.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Is there any more debate? Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Definitely know why I've got up here now. Because that person at the market was there under my jurisdiction, should we call it that, whatever. And I instigated...
Sorry, Councillor Lewis, if you could stick to the point.
Talking about individual cases.
We shouldn't talk about individual cases.
No, I just mentioned the market.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not going to say names or anything like that.
No.
But I liaised with the traders and the county council because that was the chain of command. Now, I think it wasn't robust enough, to be perfectly honest. I think there's this worry about freedom of people to do what they want to do. Yeah, but when it's against kids, no. Sorry, that's not right. We've got a responsibility as just ordinary adults to say, no, that is wrong. And what Rebecca was saying was, it's almost tearful, about this sort of stuff. I'm not an emotional man, but I do get worked up about this sort of thing, because those poor kids have done nothing. They just try to live their life, have a play and whatever. And I think we just have to bite the bullet occasionally and say, let's get those kids out of there, and then we'll investigate. Because that's not right to leave them, could be 6 months, a year, in squalid conditions, with parents or everybody else abusing them, taking turns, whatever you like to call it. It was not nice, and it is heart-rending. And we've all got a safeguarding duty. But I think there is a chain of command, but we just need to make that chain of command robust and fit for purpose and able to actually react to a complaint so that child is not put through any more than it has to be. So forget about the perpetrator's rights. Think of the victim. Let's have victims' rights for a change, not somebody who's doing all the nasty stuff. I know they've got rights, but they haven't got a right of that over somebody else who's incapable of fighting back. We should be there as pillars of the society, whatever you like to call this, to stand up for these people. The county council should stand up for them. The officers should stand up for them, and I know they do. But it's sometimes I feel that the shackles need to come off and just get on with the job. You know, I know it's difficult, very difficult. We're dealing with some harrowing things, but that's what I thought, and I think this is really wonderful amendment and everything else.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Patel, next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Credit where credit's due. I mean, what Alistair said, you know, the passion he has to make sure that positive change is happening in this city, not just on this subject, but where, you know, unsafe, dangerous car parks, city council owned. Issues at the indoor markets, city council owned. Homelessness issues, city council responsibility as well. Now, these are issues that the leadership at this council should be taking seriously and making sure that they're on top of their game. Time after time after time, this council is not on top of their game. Councillors, members like myself, Alistair, Andrew and others are having to bring things to your attention. Section 106 funding is another example. It keeps happening. We keep seeing it time and time again. There needs to be genuine leadership. You need to look at yourselves and say, right, we need to do this, we need to do that. Let's get on
Stick to
and
the point,
do it.
please.
I am.
Councillor
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. If you can let me finish. We need to get on with it and get the job done. At the moment, that's not happening, and it needs to be happening. This was happening in the city council owns indoor markets, Madam Mayor. I can't believe that poor councillor over there, who also has a full-time job like many of us, has to be the Joey doing all the running around and legwork. If we get a complaint, let's take it seriously. Someone needs to grip it and get on with it, because that doesn't sound like it's happening at the moment, time and time again in this council, from the leadership down. And there's so many great officers in the council, but I'm sorry, there are issues that need to be tackled. And this is just another example of it, just one example. And I'm sure this is a wider problem, not just in the city, but across the country. But in the city, we need to make sure these sort of issues are not happening on our watch. And if we're aware of it, we need to make sure we report it, and the relevant authorities need to act on it, not be passing the buck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Shervey next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a very important subject, and that's quite clearly quite an emotive one as well. I just thought it's quite a few people have highlighted that safeguarding is everybody's problem, and everybody's responsible for it, including us and everybody that works at the council, officers and everybody. But it's important to highlight that the statutory responsibility is with the county council for the exploitation side of things, but we still have a duty of care as well. So everybody in temporary accommodation, we still have that duty. And more widely, we have the Public Sector Equality Act, which covers a lot of things that we are responsible for. So it will be sort of wrong to put all of the burden on just one council, but we have to acknowledge that all councils in Gloucestershire work really well together. And one key thing that I've always found is it's partnership working, whether that's in housing or other areas. But in one key area, it is around safeguarding children. And that's why we have the Safeguarding Children's Partnership, which is another key highlight in this amendment. It also obviously highlights the statutory responsibility, being the county council. But again, it also highlights that it's all of our responsibility. One thing that has been flagged is that it's just a letter that we're sending, but it clearly states that we're looking for an annual report. So it's going to keep coming back, and we're going to learn more and more every year. So I hope this motion is supported.
Thank you, Councillor Shervey. Councillor Hilton, please.
Just a bit more a practical thing is quite clearly it's really important that this council does everything it can to safeguard the children in the city, and if we're aware of incidents or concerns, it's right that members of this council should report them to the appropriate bodies. the police, adult, children's services at the county council, they have a hotline there if you've got concern, because the importance is that when the county council then sends in social worker, they get it right. And they don't get it wrong, because it's very easy for somebody to report something and then find out it's not exactly the case when they've gone in to look at it. It's really important that everything's handled properly when we're dealing with families and children. And the amendments in this to this motion really are dealing with the fact that some of these duties are the responsibility of the county council, and the original motion was actually making them the responsibilities of Gloucester City Council with a budget of £18 million. Gloucestershire County Council has a budget for next year with £151 million for dealing with vulnerable children. It takes a lot of those children into its own care. That's why the county council is a corporate parent. So that's the reason for changing the sentiments of the motion, because it looks like it's been drafted for a unitary council or for a council that's responsible for children's services. We're engaged in it, we report it, we've got issues to do with our housing and everything else. But ultimately, the county council will take a child if they think there's an issue, and they've got the powers to do that. So that's why we need to make sure that when people are reporting issues, that they report it through the proper route. And if there's a real serious danger, imminent danger, 999, that's what we do. The police gets involved and they make sure things are right. So encourage Gloucestershire County Council to provide sufficient resources and training for parents and guardians to help them identify and address risks. It says to note the good work of Gloucestershire Safeguarding Children's Partnerships and stronger and safer Gloucestershire partner, which is about safeguarding as well and about antisocial behaviour and everything else, which City Council is a member. Ask Gloucestershire County Council to review the effectiveness of local safeguarding policies and to ensure they align with national standards and best practices. That seems a reasonable request. If you're going to make that request, make it to the body that's got the statutory responsibility, not to the district council. It's just a bit like sort of passing it down and saying, well, we ought to prejudice pass it down to Credgley Town Council as being the responsible body. It's not. It's Gloucestershire County Council, and this is a motion that I'd very much like to see proposed by or slightly amended by Councillor Chambers in the chamber at Gloucestershire County Council, because we could have a really good debate. And Sarge is there; he's a member of the County Council. I'm a member, and so is Pam. So there's an opportunity to take that forward in the appropriate chamber where people have the power to change things. It says that urge Gloucestershire County Council to allocate funding for specialist social workers and outreach programmes to engage with children at most at risk. That was actually originally asking us to do that. Well, it's not. We haven't got the resources to do that. It's Gloucestershire County Council. It's statutory body. Note the establishment of a local reporting hub. Report a child protect concern. You can find it on the Gloucestershire County Council website. So if you've got concern, that's where the public should and we should make that concern known. We've amended it. It's a very friendly amendment, but we've done it to make sure that when we do these asks and when we pass these resolutions, they go to the right place and not to the wrong place in the first instance. I hope members of the council will support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Alistair Chambers, you have the right to reply before we vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason, although it's a good amendment, the reason I can't support the amendment, and I hope you don't, is all it's asking is a letter to be signed, a letter to be put to the County Council and say, you do your bit and then report back to us. That's it. You do your bit, read it. That's what the motion says. But I accept she speaks quickly. What's that, sorry?
Well, they won't respond.
So yeah, so here's
Just
a letter.
stick to your right to reply.
Here's a letter, there you go. You do your bit, come back and respond to us. But we're missing the point. Council houses by the council, council flats by the council, shared accommodation. Yesterday I spoke to Councillor Rebecca Trimmel on a live feed where I was at a property where a chap was getting evicted, and I went there to try and support him. He was getting evicted because he's a rehabilitating drug user. He's been on heroin all his life. He's been a rough sleeper. I'm not mentioning any names.
I think we need to stick to the point,
Okay.
Councillor
The
Chambers.
point is, there's some people in accommodation that they don't want to be with other people in accommodation because one's a user, one's not. One's cleaning themselves up, one's not. So the point is there's situations...
I'm afraid this is off topic.
Okay, I'll get back. Point is there's a lot under this council that needs to be looked at. It's not just a county council issue. Councillor Hilton said this looks like a unitary document. It kind of is, because it's working with city council and county council to sort the missing pieces out. So it's exactly what you said. It is like a unitary document. Things need to be done. You've got the HAP here, children's play areas, children playing together. I've seen adults watching on the side when there's 13, 14, 12-year-olds playing together, playing tennis and all that. I've seen people that are known under the Act there watching, and I've contacted the police. Antisocial behaviour, gangs need, some of them are users. They can't get their money because they're 15 and 16. They have to do things to get the money to facilitate their drugs. Antisocial comes under the city council. And I'll tell you one last thing with this last minute. Myself and Adrian have been out a few times meeting people on the street. You remember the 16-year-old girl? Mm-hmm. What'd she have on her feet?
Nothing.
Nothing. Barefooted 16-year-old girl in our street in a doorway in this 2025. If that girl needs shoes, I wonder what she'd be willing to do. Not willing. I wonder what she'd have to do to get shoes. So this is a city council. That street's a city street. The street of homeless is under us. So please, let's join up forces. Let's get on together with the county council. That's all I'm asking. No letter, team. Please forget about the politics. This isn't politics. It's about children on our street. So please support it. It's a bigger thing teaming up. And that's all I ask. I really hope you support it. It's not political at all. And I appreciate what you do, Rebecca. You are really, really good. I FaceTimed you, always answering the phone day and night. Really, really good. This isn't at you. This is about a collaboration. I really hope you can support the collaboration, please.
Move to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. We're now going to move to a vote on the amendment. That's correct. Those in favour of the amendment? And those against? Any abstentions?
Okay, so that amendment
is carried. Thank you.
the substantive motion.
And it becomes the substantive motion. Any further debate on the substantive motion? No? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In addition to what I said earlier, I felt a lot of faith in what Rebecca said, and that she was passionate and that she's going to make sure that she does everything within her power and with her portfolio. But I couldn't vote for the amendment because I just don't think it was strong enough in the responsibilities we do have. And it's great to have partnerships, but partnerships can also be where something goes drastically wrong because somebody thinks, oh, they'll say it, no, they'll say it, and actually nobody says it. And I understand that the county council are the statutory authority, but I took sadness in the word appropriate chamber because this is also an appropriate chamber to have this discussion in. We should be discussing this. We should be taking it seriously. All our officers that are on the front line or making decisions should be trained in what is coming up. I think this discussion is going around the country. Okay, we've known for years that these things go on in all communities and in all areas. However, it has been brushed under the carpet. It has been a taboo subject, and it needs not to be anymore. And to sit round the table and work together like that document asked to say, who's aware of this, who's aware of that? And people, oh yeah, I've heard that. And that's where ideas come together to find solutions to limit this happening as much as possible. So I do think I would have preferred to see this motion in full. And I would like to hear that the administration throughout our council are going to do more, and just give it another consideration at some point that you are willing to set up these meetings and have specific meetings about specific subjects as child exploitation, because we can learn from the county. They are the experts, and yes, they should be the one writing the report, but they should be information gathering off all people, off the NHS, off us, off the police authorities, and working together. But maybe they can make the recommendations because they're the experts. But that's why I've struggled with the amendment. So I hope you will reconsider what you act on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Luke?
Patel was first.
I do beg your pardon. Councillor Patel first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do apologise if I came across quite loud earlier. Clearly, there is a lot of passion on this and emotion on this subject. We all feel that, and we all want to do our best to protect young people in our city, vulnerable young people. Alice is right, and Steph's right, and others are right that it is a joint effort. It is a collaboration, and we all need to work together. However, I think what would be useful if we knew, say, I'm a county councillor, so I may know who to go to at the county council, but as a city councillor, somebody may not know who to go to. What do? If we have any reports from any constituents, do we send an email to Here to Help? I think what would be quite useful is if we had a dedicated officer who we could email if we were aware of any particular concerns or issues, because, as Councillor Chambers said, we do house a lot of homeless people, vulnerable people in hotels, hostels, etc., etc. It would be good if there was a contact that we could contact. They then take the case on from us and pass it on to the relevant officer at the county, not make us do all the legwork and running around. That would be really good. And also, in addition to that, if there was some sort of training that was available, perhaps through the county council for all members in this chamber on awareness and what signs of what to look out for, I think that would be really useful as well. Because certainly it's not something that we want to see on our watch. And 10, 20 years down the line, I don't want Gloucester to be on a list where people are saying, look what happened in Gloucester. So we want to be at the forefront of this if we can now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. I think Councillor Lewis was next, and then after we'll have Councillor Radley. So, Councillor Lewis.
Sorry, getting in front of you. It is a very emotive issue, this. I think there's been made some great points on, but one thing I would say, I think Rebecca will be the one to take it to the county and say, let's get her finger tape. All right, but she will have to represent us on the city council. But I think Sarge's idea of having a chain of command sort of thing, where do we do this, where do we do that, that would be helpful. Well, I'd ask the sort of John there to actually facilitate that if we could, so that we know who to report to. Here to Help, I don't think is going to be a good name, but it is sad that we couldn't really come together on everything, but I think the feeling is there that these kids need our help. These young girls need our help. Teenagers need our help. The homeless need our help.
Boys.
And we have got a duty to help.
And boys.
Even if that's just getting on the phone and reporting it. So I understand where we were coming from on the abstention and all the rest of it. But I personally would be voting for this, and I would give it a wholehearted suggestion to everybody that they get behind Rebecca and say, go get him, girl. All right?
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Radley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've worked in various front-facing roles, and I've had a very difficult experience where I actually made a report for a very vulnerable child. And I knew what to do because I had been trained by my organisation. I knew what my duty was in the chain. I passed that on. It was appropriately investigated by social services, and that child was protected. It worked. our duty is to make sure that chain is strong, that our staff, our team have the right skills, the right knowledge to be able to spot, to be able to action. It's not necessarily our job to do, it's our job to make sure that it is in place that action can happen, that we are saying to the responsible bodies such as the County Council, you need to do better, you need to work with us better. So it is our job to enable Councillor Dr. Trimnell to have those conversations on our behalf with the county. And so I hope that you support this motion to enable the very important work that has been highlighted to happen. Because as we all know, safeguarding is our responsibility, but our responsibility is to make sure that it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radley. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, everybody, and please be assured that this letter will be worded in such a way that we will get a response, and it will be a useful response. And I will be looking at hopefully bringing, as I said, annually reaffirming the commitment. And so therefore, I would like to suggest that our annual report comes back next January. Is that acceptable? And so, you know, it'd be good for those county councillors to go away and maybe have some similar motion be put forward to Gloucestershire County Council. And because the more we speak about it, the more comfortable people will actually feel about this very sensitive topic. And at the end of the day, it is about protecting children, but it's also about bringing the perpetrators of the exploitation to justice. And unfortunately, it isn't talked about much. And it took me quite a lot of emotional resilience to even speak about this issue this evening. And I think, you know, if you're like myself, then, you know, we need to get that emotional resilience to really be the voices of the children. So I, you know, thank you for accepting the amendment and making it into the substantive motion. And I do hope that maybe you'll reconsider and that we can all vote unanimously in this motion for you to then build on it as a county councillor on Gloucestershire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Any further debate? No?
It's back to Councillor Alistair Chambers to sum up.
So now we go back to Councillor Alistair Chambers to sum up now, please. Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, if you're not going to get what you want, I guess you've got to go with the next best thing. So I'm obviously going to support it. But I think a year to get a report on children that are being abused now is probably not good enough. I think a report every quarter or at least half a year, 6 months is a long time. You know, average child being abused in the areas. I think I can't remember this statistic, so I won't say it, but it's a lot of children. It's what, 135,000 on the electoral roll, 132,500 electoral roll in Gloucester. But if you include the surrounding boundaries, you're looking at around 180,000 plus. Work out how many children's on national statistics that is. I think it's like 3% or something. So you're looking at like, I don't know, 6,000 kids a year. It's like 500 kids a month. It's a lot. So I think a year is probably too long. So maybe if you can reconsider a year.
Well, we can negotiate.
Yeah, well, not negotiate, because I'm not here to negotiate. I'm just here to make sure kids are protected. And if you think a year for a report to be drawn up about children being abused now...
We've gone past the debate stage now, so it's just a summing up, please. Thank you.
Summing up, obviously I'm going to support it because I can't really go against it because it's a good thing, but just not good enough. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move to the vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour? I think that looks like a unanimous vote.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is carried. That concludes our business for this evening. Shame that it couldn't have been, you know, as harmonious as I would have liked it.